Kulani. Nagasa. Achin jirate etinin adaptering. Huh? Ko yagun wame jedu dufta asai. Huh? Okay. Adaptering barbade kure injiru miti ach kantipa. Aje tesu. They moved it? Oh my God. Okay, kumpanke. Shani mochi jala as jala jira. Koi camera muchi.
Everybody is here, so let's get started.
Warakata mani nanti kenyo kamu go deftam.
Originally. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's get started again. The afternoon panels. So the panelists, the chair is here. Please come forward, and the rest will join. But let's get started on this one.
No, kamu in kupa. Huh? Wandera rake. Wal'aggeeffannaa akka mooltanii warri nan beenne maqaan koo Yeeshiin jedhama. Ani horii qabduu osaati. Amman dhaga'ama? Warri gama sana jirtan isinitti dhaga'ama? Akka spiikariin kun rakkina qabu nutti himameera. Itti siqee haasa'u? Amma wayyaa? Okay. Okay, warri gara balbalaarra jirtan illee ol nuu seenaa. Laaqana akka itti gammaddanii nyaattan nan abdadha. Hundumti keessan baga nagaan dhuftanii. So the panel for this afternoon is on the cost of the dictatorship. Presenters are Chala Alamo, Haftamu Duko, Urjit Aba, and Professor Asafa Jallata. I am going to introduce one by one. Bear with me. I'm starting with
Chala Alamo. Chala was born in Addis Ababa and grew up in Shashimane, Oromia, Ethiopia. His educational background: he went to Abdi Bori School in Addis Ababa. Then for high school, he was in Quera Adventist Academy. Then he went to Mekelle University. And he was a student president from 2004 to 2005 in Mekelle University in Tigray. He earned his BA in psychology from University of Minnesota, and he also earned MA, University of Minnesota, in public administration. He's gone to school there from 2013 to 2015, and Chala is a prospective candidate for Harvard University. His topic of presentation is survivors' testimony as a way of providing genocide against the Oromo people in Oromia, Ethiopia. Is that it? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That was not this. Thank you, Abtamo. I'm sorry. Chala is presenting Ethiopia since 1991, a story of development or genocide. I apologize. And after Chala, Abtamo Duko, who is a OSA board member, is presenting. Abtamu is an adjunct professor of journalism and communication at University of the District of Columbia. He is an OSA board member. His research interests includes communication, genocide studies, and human rights. Abtamu wrote over 70 news and opinion articles, and he is presenting on my testimony as an survivor testimony as a way of providing genocide against the Oromo people in Oromia, Ethiopia. That's right, Abdam? Okay. The third presenter is Urji Daba. Urji was born in Ba, Oromia, Ararge. At a young age, Urji joined Wabo Warana Bilisuma Oromo in 1985 and served until she was captured and sent to prison in 1997. She was freed from the prison in 2005. She was escaped from further torture and left the country in 2005. Later on, Urji came to USA as a refugee in 2008, where she continued advocating for Oromo and Oromia. And Urji is gonna present or share with us her life experience titled "My Testimony as an Oromo Woman Who Survived Various Forms of Torture." The fourth presenter is our known professor, Professor Asafa Jalata. I'm not going to go on a detail on Professor Asafa Jalata because he is known to Oromos and those who is opposing Oromo cases. He is an author of 8 books and about 60 referred scholar articles. He specialized in Oromo studies, Africana studies, global studies, terrorism studies, and indigenous studies. Professor Asafa Jalata, from 2004 to present, he is a professor of sociology, Africana studies, and global studies at University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Professor Asafa is presenting on the Oromo struggle, knowledge, and agency in the age of globalization. So I think everybody's here except Professor Asafa, who is going to join us soon. I will let Chala present his paper. Thank you.
I came to DC a few days ago and was wondering because I don't know anyone and I had to stay in a motel. I have to go to one of the office because I have a case in there. And I was on the bus because I don't want to rent a vehicle and drive a place where I don't know. So what happened is I went into the bus. I asked one guy who I believe speak Ethiopian language and said, do you know this area? He said, oh, yes, I do. So he was helping me. But he said he's going to get off before I reach where I was going. And then he said, you know, that person sitting out there is also Ethiopian. He would probably help you to locate where you're going. I sat next to him. I was asking, do you know the place that's called this place? He said, oh, yes, I do. And I was talking to him in Amharic and I mixed a little bit of Oromo in there. He just stood up in the vehicle, in the bus, and he was started to even screaming at me. And he said, do you think I'm Oromo? You guys, Oromo? The Oromo of your time is nothing but trouble. The Oromo of your time is nothing but trouble. The Oromo of your father age, they created what is called Oromo Liberation Front. The Oromo of your great-grandparents are very good Oromos because they don't care about anything. They live very good life. Your father's generation created such a trouble organization and your generation started to fulfill that organization. Now you are destroying our government. By the way, from the accent, I knew he's from the southern part of the area, but he's not the American group at all. And he finally told me. So it shows that he's some CIA in here. He was working for Ethiopian government. It shows how much they have shaken and their leadership is shaken in the verge of falling. So I wasn't really interested in going into anything about Oromo issue at all because it's disappointing that we've been struggling for 50 years. And I'm not going to deny there are some changes, but not even a close. Not even a close. But it's good that we are going to make it. And I was able to be in this country, even alive, thanks to Dr. Marara Gudina, even though I don't have to say too much about it. I was saved from the throat of hungry lion because of him and other people like him, like Bulchada Maksa and others. Should he deserve any kind of thanks for that? So now, if you only agree that what is going on in Oromia, if you only believe what is going on in Oromia is genocide, look, there are three types of thing that United States government believe is going on in Ethiopia. Number one is just war. Number two, politically motivated conflict, which the third one is genocide. None of them, they will get involved in it. War, they don't get involved in it because we have been to different war, we never won. Killing Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein is not a victory. They don't go into the war because they know the history of the background. Second, politically motivated conflict or murder, United States won't get involved in it because they don't know who's going to win. If they go stand up with Oromo people, if the government manage to control, they're not going to have any stand in that country anymore. So they just look at through the microscope to see what is going on, who's winning. So third one is a genocide. Even though they signed 1948 convention, a Geneva Convention to get involved and make peace in genocide, they don't get involved in it because they don't want to lose a resource and human life in there. So what worth to go there? So that's why many of you, if you think why United States is not involved in it, why the international community is silent, these are the reason. So I'm going to go back to my presentation. If you see the strength of the Oromo people, that is a sign, strong, united. I was able to speak to one of the US senator after 6 months of appointment. We were looking on the website, looking about the Oromo, we saw that, oh, Oromo parties are united by 5 or 4 political parties. And he looked at me and said, you guys have a problem. Despite what is going on in the country, it still talks about unity of political party. He said, your folks has a problem. I agree, and I hope you do. So if you believe what is going on in Oromia is genocide, if you agree what is going on in Oromia is genocide, I want you to stand up and denounce that genocide. Nobody is willing to call it a genocide. It is genocide. I want you to stand up and denounce it one time, please. Just, we are going to stand up and denounce the genocide. We must accept it is genocide, nothing else. Because I was in the country 3 months ago. For 3 months, I have seen it. I have seen it in front of me, people get killed. What is coming over through the social media and the Facebook is nothing compared to what is going on in the country. Maybe many of us, you know, so many of us left Ethiopia many years ago. We think Ethiopia is the same as when we left many years ago. It is not. People are being killed every day, even as now as I speak. So can we stand up and denounce it? Thank you so very much. We must accept. Look, this is a sign for Oromo ethnic group, and also the police killing African American, and the African Americans also killing the police. So we are denouncing the killing. It includes also in our country too. We have a problem. Are we going to denounce for 1 minute silence? Thank you so much. Sit down. Thanks so much. Silent genocide is a genocide that only those who are affected knows, and the world does not know, because the TPLF doing anything possible to hide what is going on, anything to its power, bribing officials through any kind of means, money, material, mind, including women, many things, a lot of things. So they are trying to make things as much as possible so the international community won't have attention of what is going on whatsoever. If the situation becomes severe in the country, what they do is they run to Al-Shabaab and keep killing people and say, we are doing this. That is a lie. And before I go back, so as you have seen this is US foreign policy is one to blame, nothing else. And I want to be bold on this. Nothing is wrong with telling the truth, because Ethiopian government don't have even anything to eat, leave alone to refinance such a sophisticated military power killing the people. They don't have even food at their home. It's money from the Western country. What are we doing to stop this? So the official version, the TPLF is manipulating the world. Look, they call it EPRDF, Ethiopian People Revolutionary Democratic Front, which is not true. That the world did not understand that they are nothing but liars and manipulators. They don't represent Ethiopia, and the Western leaders don't know this. Of course they do, because I had an opportunity to speak to many people who are in the good officials, and I have some picture, I don't want to show those people. They know what is going on, definitely, but they don't want to go into 3 things: war, politically motivated conflict and murder, and the genocide, because they're not going to win in any of this. So they want to see who's going to be on top, and then the first call will come from there, wherever you know. And that is the official version they use, manipulating the world. And the reality, as told, is TPLF. It stood for only Tigray people ethnic group, as its name stands with. That does not include Oromo, does not include Amhara, does not include Gambela, different nationalities. 84 language-speaking Ethiopian people are only represented by one ethnic group right here, as told the reality. They are not democratically elected. Yes, we know that Susan Rice endorsed them, democratically elected 100%. And I think I'm American citizen. I think we should move to Ethiopia because they have 100% democracy. In America, they win only 52 to 49, 45 to 50 for the president. We have never seen US president in history winning 100% versus the gangsters who are leading Ethiopia say they win 100% unless there is really something quid pro quo. Like if you see this, Ethiopia since the 1991, the story of development or genocide. But the reality is, we know that 1881, from the history we know, the Native Americans were asked, they need the land for development. And the rest is a story. That is a technique they are using in Ethiopia. TPLF is using that technology in the 21st century, and we must stand up and say no. If we don't say no, by the way, I want to remind you that one of the book Professor Marara wrote 10 years ago is happening right now. Everything he says on his book is happening right now. I call him not only politician, but he's a prophet. It is happening. And if this continues, if this status quo continues, in 10 years, don't think of going back to Ethiopia because you're not gonna see people in there. What is sent on Facebook to Jawar is nothing compared to what is going on in the country, because I was there when Ajay town of area, one person killed 11 Agazi, which is hero of the Oromo, because he saw women and men being killed. None of them were reported on because people don't have cell phones, they don't have Facebook, they don't have technology in that area. The only dead bodies that are picked and sent to Jawar is the only place where people have access to it. I traveled it, I rented a vehicle and traveled around and saw what is going on is disaster. If we don't stand and still squabble against each other, political bigotry, the rest is a story. 10 years from now, don't think about Oromo existence in a country. So if you see the reality is there's the, free press. There's no press in Ethiopia. I was working in Addis Ababa in different area of region to buy newspaper when the situation was going on. You know what? You don't see anything. Nothing in there. No newspaper, anything. The international media don't have attention what is going on. How can the information go out? So this continues, widespread protest by the Oromo people, and the TPLF leaders answered through brute forces, killings. That the moral of the story is, if you really what you are doing is development, it's easy to talk to the people. We'll come to it if development is really what they're doing. Development involves the community involvement, not in genocide in the form of development. That is not acceptable, and we must say no. So, in this you see that Western leader role in genocide. Refinancing, no question about it. Where are the TPLF getting money from? Their estate, we will see now, is full of stone in the country. There is nothing in there. The resource from Oromia is almost gone. Nothing is there. Where they're getting money for killing our people? It's a Western country. It's from here. Why are they doing it? Either they don't have enough information what is going on, because the TPLF manipulated the leaders, Western leaders, by saying that they're killing Al-Shabaab. When I was in Ethiopia, I was able to see some tourists who came from the state of Iowa, and I met them in Hilton Hotel. They asked me if they could go down to Oromia region and see what's going on. So they involved me, even though the person who was touring them was a Tigray, and he said he's not wanted with us. The guy from Iowa said, no, we want him, he's a white guy. He said, no, we want him to go with us. When we were going there, they're killing people like this indiscriminately. And so this guy asked what is going on, and the person who's touring us said, oh, they're taking care of the terrorists. They're killing the terrorists. Now they said, oh yeah, these exactly are terrorists. So what the person who is me think terrorist was those armed group. But he said, which one is a terrorist? He said, those people are the terrorists. How can this be a terrorist? That's how it is. So the person worked with the US government, and he said, well, I'm gonna go back to my country and do something. Okay, the reality is coming out somehow, but we have to speak it up. And the Tigray ethnic group is found right on top, very small. So their plan is to invade the whole country and bring investors from different parts of the world and then own the country by themselves. They are so greedy, not only stealing economy from the country, but eradicating the people because they need more. The more they get, the more they need. So that's what they're doing. Development is good in the country, as you can see right there, but not by evicting the indigenous people from their land and building something. That is not the development we need. That's why people are dying and saying no to what is going on. Now, if you go there, the evicted farmers sitting on the street, nothing to it, signing agreement with China and other investors to develop. That development only benefits those who are out there, but those who are out there is evicted. Is it the development that's going on in Ethiopia? Is it the development that you believe in? If you see an affluent Middle Eastern who owns 60% of the land in Oromia, by the way, every organization under his name in Oromia belongs to the TPLF because I am close to some people who own those organizations. Nothing belongs to him except the name. So they have to use his name, including even funding some of our politicians too. They're doing it. They use his name. The Sheraton Hotel, the biggest hotel in the country, where you pay only about $1,000 to sleep in one night, and the gold, everything in the country, his name is on there, but nothing belongs to him. And the TPLF is playing the role because they manipulate and doing everything they're possible. And if you see there, evicted farmers, those children end up working under $10 a month, not enough to pay daily living. Is it a disaster? You can tell that. $10 a month, not hourly, not a day, a month. Foreign industry occupies the farmland, as you can see that, which is good. Development is always good, but not when in the form of killing indigenous people from the land. If they succeed in doing this, well, we will see together. Oromo farmers evicted, as you can see, sleep under the bridge because they lost their home. They have no place to stay. I was in the country to see this. I know some of you probably did, but I may not even go back now because if I go back, they're going to say, oh, welcome back. Now we need you. Okay? And I silenced myself from saying anything until I go see on my own naked eye about what is going on in the country, and no more silent. Now we have to speak it up. So this student, as you can see, asked only the question. He said, look, if our parent is evicted, we sleep on the street, what is our chance? And they said, you can get that. Our aim is not development, but this. That's what they told him. And you go this, primary United States and European government put a priority for children and women and disabled. If that is real, the primary victims are women, children, and disabled and elderly in Oromia, because younger ones are trying to escape from the country. As you can see, even their case is being denied in the UNHCR, which is bizarre. It looks like systematic and discrimination from all over the world. What can we say? They left the country, they don't have option to. Sometimes when they talk about gun control in this country, it makes me angry. I'm not Republican, I'm a Democrat, I can tell you this. Because the TPLF, when they first came into the country, they disarmed Oromo people. Now the answer is what? Arms up and get killed. Simple. Simple. The neighboring country has a gun. Now recently, in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you know what is going on in Amhara region, the nearest region in Oromia. They have the gun. Now, if you will be amazed that none of their people are killed by the military force because they have the gun and they can defend. So the Oromos are told to put their gun away because they can choose democratic. Now arms up and get killed. Protests started by the students and spread through the mosque, the church, and everywhere. TPLF considered also church people are terrorists, including mosque, if they say no to genocide. If they say no to leave their house and go sleep on the street, they are now called terrorists. That is the word they are using against the Oromos every single day for the 26 years, and they think they will continue by doing this, which is now coming to an end. And we must make sure that they come to an end with this, not only talking, but do you guys whatever you can. This is one of the prison places in Amhara region I visited when I was there. So they set fire while the prisoners are there, about 500, I believe, in there. What they did is they set fire on the building, and the military from the TPLF government stays on the area. So whoever escaped from the fire, not able to escape from the gun. They say, where heck are you going? And they burned the prison camp, and when the people escaped from there, they killed them. What does that tell you? Da 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 da. Okay, this is a direct and violent response from the government, and this is how they address. This is the kind of military that the guy from Iowa University, who's a professor who was with me to the region, saw this. Oh, these are exactly terrorists. Look what they're doing. This is exactly true what the Ethiopian government is doing. And he said, well, actually, these are our military is killing those ones who are already the NGO and anti-terrorism task force by the Ethiopian government resulted foreign journalists because they said it on this purpose, NGO and anti-terrorism task force, a journalist in jail, that's how they torture people. And when you see these students empty-handed, nothing, and the military out there, who looks like a terrorist? Who's a terrorist on this? Susan Rice and Melissa and I are good friends, so, you know, yeah, all right. TPLF government anti-terrorism tactic force, including killing children. And now if you give the TPLF security forces, Oromo University students, when the TPLF took power in 1991, they took away the guns, so the result is gunning students down. Doctors are also the primary victim, as you can see, arms up and get killed. This is a reality going on in the country. TPLF forces hunting down for Oromos and young ones under 30 years old, 40 years old, including 80 years old are getting killed. And then you see that what more genocide do you want to know? Do you want to know this more genocide? Well, food aid from the United States is very good and interesting, very lovely, but not all of them are beneficiary. Those who have TPLF ID that shows they support whatsoever they're doing are able to get a US aid. Those who's on the right are those who refuse that they believe they are Oromo and they want to die with their own Oromo identity, communicated like that from even the aid by the US government. So you were giving aid, who's getting it? That is a tax money that we are paying, you Americans are paying, we are paying, is used in Ethiopia, okay? Professors, small children like this, what different name can you give for this? That's why I gave genocide. Some people say ethnic cleansing, some people say killing, some people say what, nothing but genocide. Whenever we go to rally everywhere in the country around the world, we have to call it genocide. Nothing else. John Kerry was there in 2015. The issue was not discussed. Torturing like this for Muslim life is hard in Ethiopia. Obama's democratically elected government, TPLF, democratic. Okay, who's a terrorist? Who's terrorizing who? Who are three brothers? Three branches of the help to help shape US policy. State Department is the people we need to speak to. And Defense Department, and National Security Council if possible. I think that is somebody who probably is not rosy with us. So massive killing going on, torturing, kidnapping, poison. Oh, that's interesting thing. Poisoning is also going on in the country. They're now poisoning the flour that people eat. And what they're doing is distributing to the region. So people buy and eat it and die, many of them. Cholera is part of it. Medicating them, people who are in prison, forcing them to take medication. If they don't take, or they make them, what they do is they beat them to death and then make them medication so they can eat. All right, who will give the info to the US president? President Obama receives every information from NSC, National Security Council, National Security Advisor. How is a National Security Advisor working in our Oromo issues? I have no idea. That you guys need to ask each other, okay? So the peace process is not gonna work. And what I want to see is people work together. I don't care what political party they belongs to. And thank you so much, and I appreciate and probably took extra time. Apologize for that.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you today? So this is a very difficult panel because we're talking about genocide. It's inevitably not entertaining, and I hope that you spare us a nerve or nervous. So raise your hands if you know a family member, a friend, or a neighbor who was killed by the Ethiopian government or the EPRDF TPLF. Can you please raise your hand if you know a family member, a friend, or a neighbor? Okay, thank you so much. Again, let me just get into my topic, and I'm gonna try to do it fast because there are other people. So this paper was written by myself and my co-author, Dr. Joanne Eisen. It's titled Genocide in Oromia Through the Eyes of Sexual Torture Survivors. Uh, in this paper, we focus on sexual atrocity as a tactic to reduce the reproductive capacity of targeted Oromo elites, women and men, and of course non-elites as well. We show that these systematic acts are designed to destroy the reproductive capacity of Oromo elites, and they were planned by people who are high up in the government, centrally planned and coordinated. We're going to use theories developed by Lumpkin from the 1940s to sort of like, provide some sort of explanatory framework for our work. So Lumpkin, 1944, writes that genocide is directed against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. So other people, other writers also say, Rosenberg and Salina 2013 observed that many genocide are not recognized because during a slow genocide, the acts are viewed as a singular criminal event and not as a mass horror that the world recognizes. So basically, as Lumpkin says, genocide is a complex process that includes direct killing, in addition to more subtle acts that indirectly destroy a targeted group such as the Oromo. So the effect, of course, there's a lot of theories. I can go through all the lists, but I'm just gonna go past some of it. It's going to be part of the paper that's probably going to be published in JOS. I'll submit it if they accept it. It would be really wonderful. So let me just go to my data. My co-author, Dr. Joanne Eisen, and myself interviewed. This is sort of an update to the 2015 paper that we did here, and we got published somewhere else, but it's slightly different because we add 3 more interviewees, okay? Including Urjit Abba, who was willing to be explicitly named as one of our sources, but we're going to withhold the names of other people we interviewed for our security. So we interviewed about 5 people. It's an update. I'm gonna, sex crimes as genocide. So the thing in the definition of genocide that qualifies genocide as genocide is something called intent or special intent. Ways to, even if one person is killed with an intent to destroy or reduce a group, it's still genocide. So what we did was we interviewed our sources to find some evidence of what the torturer said to them, and to see if that actually explains or gives us some sort of intent by by the authorities that who carry out these activities. So, sometimes if you don't have explicit intent stated by, say, the TPLF or EPRDF government officials, you can always infer intent from the action of the government. Nobody is going to kill you just to do you a favor, okay? It's like, there is an intent to hurt you. You're not a criminal, you're a member of a group. So you can determine intent from patterns of actions by the regime. So Fowler states that inferring intent from conduct in the absence of direct evidence is widely accepted. So we interviewed the victims who related their torturers, repeatedly stated that torturers intended to sterilize them. There are only few brave souls who come forward and talk about this very difficult topic that has a lot of shame attached to it, a lot of secrecy attached to it. There is a double denial, as we call it, on the side of the victims as well as the perpetrators, and there isn't much data that's available widely out there. So let me just go to my data real quick, okay? So first, the method of questioning. The method of questioning the victims led to testimonies relating to acts of sexual torture that indicate that the acts were authorized by Ethiopian authorities with the desired intent to destroy the Oromo as a group, as a protected group. We also asked subject to read words of their torturers. We did in-depth interviews, and our general finding is that a common theme emerged from the responses, indicating that the survivors were targeted not just as individuals, but as members of an ethno-national group who were marked for destruction. So, we interviewed two people, male sexual survivors last year, and they told us that the officials who tortured them told them, people like you will not also be born, and this is your end. You will not live, and you will not also reproduce. Even if we release you from this prison, you will never reproduce. People like you should not be born in the future. Like, this is a reference to a group. Updates. Subject 3, or we quoted our sources as subjects, is a 31-year-old male science teacher who was tortured after imprisonment in 2010. He defined the torture called castration through the interviews that we conducted to him. He was tortured in Maekelawi. He remembers the name of his torturer, who was Tawalde Harinet, and he said that the officials tried to cover their rank markings so that they don't get identified. He said, subject 3 said, they beat me on my genital and they tied containers of 3 to 5 liters of water to my male part with a rope. They said to me, we don't want Oromo people like you to have children from now on. We will castrate you. We want to disrupt Oromo from having babies. Subject number 3 continued, and actually he provided us with very revealing information about how HIV/AIDS is being used in a lot of these prisons to infect Oromo political prisoners with AIDS. And he related his own personal story of how he was raped by prostitutes who he was told were infected with HIV/AIDS. And the prostitutes participated in events and acts of torturing him and raping him against his will. So the prostitutes participated in tying 3 liters of water to his genital. He confided in us that he is no longer able to reproduce because of the impact of the sexual torture. So Subject number 4. Our subject number 4 is a male, now 27 years old, and was imprisoned several times since he was 14 years old. And he was imprisoned for 8 months in 2014. One of his torturers was Adisu Badasa, a high-ranking security official for Oromia region. Other high-placed security officials he named were Tasfai Urge, who was transferred to Adama, and Samuel Ibisa. Subject 4 stressed that especially Samuel Ibisa repeatedly participated in his imprisonment, interrogation, and torture. He related that about 1.5 liters of water was suspended from his genitals for hours until he was unconscious. They also burned his genital with hot metal rods and pierced them with sharp needle-like objects. And he was told by his torturers that you Oromo people must never have children. This is a quote. Subject 4. 5 minutes. Okay, good timing. Okay. Subject 5, as 4 actually, also knew of a 22-year-old woman who lives in exile in a neighboring country, neighboring to Ethiopia, and she was gang raped at a security station in Nakamte town, and she was gang raped by somebody who involved, the official who was involved was called Ahmed. Who was head of security in Eastern Walaga. So subject 5. Subject 5 is a female in her early 40s whose rape and sexual torture occurred in early 1990s. And she knows that her captors referred to each other as Shalaka or Major, Matwalaka, Lieutenant, Hamsalaka, NCO, and Asiralaka Corporal. So these are high-ranking military officials run by the Ethiopian government. She said that General Abraha, deputy commander of the Dridawa military camp, was among those who raped her. Abraha used hot melted wax and broken beer bottle to mutilate her private part. She said, my womb and female parts were all torn and damaged. I could not hold my urine. They knocked out 6 of my teeth so that my tongue was sticking out. I'm not able to give birth because of all the torture that I endured. General Abraha said that they would stop Oromo women from giving birth. General Abraha told her that it's the decision of the Tigrayan leaders, quote, to wipe out Oromo people. We don't want Oromo to reproduce because they're going to be challenged to our government and our system. We will stop Oromo women from giving birth and replenishing the generation that challenges us. Oromo women must be wiped out because they sustain the Oromo population. She was told from now on the Oromo woman can't give birth. Those who are born will be killed. A Tigrayan commander, Berihe Gabramedihin, said we will send our agents to hospitals and villages and clinics and even go door to door to give you vaccines and medicine-like things. She said they showed something that looked like sesame seeds that they said would prevent birth in her and other people in her village or town. So even the wife of Abraha was said that the wife of the vice commander, who was known as, she was Laliti, her name was Laliti, and she came and threatened the survivor that she's going to wipe out, they're going to wipe out an entire village. They followed through with their words. A village where people from a small village were killed, and people called it the Nexi people from the north and possibly from Tigray came and were settled there. And the Nexi people actually using this health package, the health care system, where the informant told me that they were giving forced vaccines and medications to women. So this brings me to the end. I can go through a lot of the things, but here there is genocide happening across the prisons in Oromia and Ethiopia against the Oromo people, and there is an intent to prove that from the words of the torturers themselves and from the words of the survivors who actually testified about what happened. So skipping forward, and also the medical research indicates that people who undergo sexual torture have a tendency to not reproduce. So we did also interview medical people. There is elite authorization conclusion. So we have attempted to show you that there is an intent to commit genocide against the Oromo people through eyewitness accounts of survivors who were imprisoned in many Ethiopia's prisons, including Maakalawi. And what we believe is, many of you have indicated that a lot of aid goes into Ethiopia and is funding all these atrocities. If you live in Washington, D.C., you walk or drive up and down 14th Street, you will see these words inscribed on the walls of the U.S. Holocaust Museum. Never again, what you do matters. But really, as far as the United States relationship is concerned with the Ethiopian government, nothing is being done. There is no action other than expressing concern from the State Department. And now I ask you, if you believe that donors to Ethiopia have to stop funding a genocidal government, please stand up. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm done.
Hayyee jara keenya ashamashamaan isiniin jaa. Duraan dursee anu urjiidhaa baan jaamaa akkasumatti irra deebi'aa ashamashamaan dhagahamu. Ashamashamaan jaa akkasumatti baga wal agarree doktoroota keenya profeesoroota keenya hunda keessanuu baga jiraattan galatoomaan isiniin jaa. Itti aansuudhaan daqiiqaa takkaaf ilmaan keenya biyya keessa wareegamaa jiranii fi gootota wareegameef yaadannoo agoonuun jaa ol naafaa yeroo ta'u. Galatoomaa fayyaa ta'u. Duraan dursee akkumaan durarratti isinii hime urjiidhaa baan jaamaa nama bara 1985 keessa humna waraana bilisummaa Oromoo ture. Achirraa jalqabee bara 1997 seensarratti ni hidhame. Bara 2005 jaa 8ffaati kaniin achirraa bee dhagahameen dhagahamu naan jaa. Bara 2005 jaa 8ffaati bahuu osoo hin ta'in carraan harkadhee jechuudha. Jiiniin isaan na gadi hin dhiifne. Kuni hidhamuun kiyya dargiinis yeroo lama na hidhe. Dargii yeroo takka na hidhe mootummaa wayyaaleedhaa yeroo lama na hidhe. Kun injifannoodhaan jaa jechuudha. Niin dhaadadha niin boonaan jechuudha. Oromoo ta'eetii waan hin hidhameef jechuudha. Garuu gochaan suukannee isaan irratti raawwatamee jira. Kanaan dura obbo Moosisaa Faar bakka biraatti Atalantaa Joorjiyaa irratti akkaan dhufee na dhiheessanii turan. Namnis akkanatti hin jiru carraa isin harkannee haa galatoomanii yeroo saniifillee. akkasumatti qabamuu kiyyaan reebamsinii fi jechi genocide jedhamu hamaan dhala namaarra gahuu danda'e an tokkoffaa duraatiif nama itti taphatanii jechuudha. Nama ajajoonni waraanaatii fi waraanni Oromoon Tigreen ta'inii fi akka Beenishaangulii fi akka Suudaan kanaatu natti taphate. Maajiirra ogguu ani haalli kiyya hammaachu yeroo arkan shaamaa beeksaniiti natti naqan qaruuraa na cabsanii jechuudha. Kanaaf ganna lamaa fi waa asiin ficcaanuu ture jechuudha. Akka dubartummaa kiyyaatti manni ficcaanii garagalee tumbooniin firratti deemaa ture jechuudha. Haakimaatu na ajaje. Waggaa lamaaf seenaa na yaadattu Korneel Alamuu Qixxeessaa, Obbo Baay'isaa, Shamshaddiin Abdoo, Obbo Abdallaa Sulee. Kun injifannoodha. Achirraa hafee waa hedduun dabarsee waa hedduun raangahee jechuudha. Kana gaa mana hidhaa keessatti kana qofa osoo hin ta'in waan adda addaati jira. Jecha uleet osoo bakka san hin gahin dura waan itti si amansiifachuu fadhanii jira jechuudha mana hidhaa keessa. Yeroo fadhan sukkara nu diban aduu laalta, yeroo fadhan mootorsaayikiliin haadaan siidhan, dhagaarra si oofan dubartiin dhagaarra si oofan ani irraa hin hafe dubartoota keenya warra yeroo san keessatti gochaan akkasii irratti raawwatamee du'ee jira. Dubartii sadii tan ulfa garaa qabdu gariin dubartiin takka waggaa 65 ilma isiitii fi isiis bakkuma takkammaas ilmaan isii lama wajjin maqaa isaanii isiniif hin tarrisa boodarratti. Kanaaf kun hundinuu Oromummaa jechuudha. Oromiyaa irra dhalatanii Oromoo waan ta'aniif gochaan san irra gahuu danda'e. Bifa saniin gaanuti dhagaarra deemnaa. Bakka adda addaa si geessan gaafii adda addaa si gaafatan kan yeroo si gaafatan teessisanii si hin gaafatanii jechuudha. Torchi adda addaatii jira. Haqaama kee itti si harkisanii harmi kee kun itti maxxanee dhaabbatu jira. Yeroo harmi kee kana qabee si harkisa bishaan si keessaa naqa. Ani mataa kiyyaaf an jabaadhee warra kana hunda obsa dhabee jira. Oguu xiqqoo deddeebisanii lululuu warra wareegamee jira jechuudha keessatti. Garii kan maqaa isaanii beekne afaan Oromoo dubbachuu loqonni keenya loqoda tokkoo miti nuti loqonni adda addaa wal beekne Oromoon naannoo dhihaas ta'e naannoo karaa Baalee karaa Arsii kana hundaa jira jechuudha. Shamarran afaan Oromoo qofa dubbachuun beekne waliin dubbachuu namni hin danda'u achi keessatti. Maaliif laaffatee waan jiruuf jechuudha. Achi keessaa gaafas diinni nu gadi hin dhiifne gariin ni wareegame gariin carraatu baase akka nasiibaatti. Kana keessaa haalli hamaan jiru. Yeroo gocha sirratti raawwatee ati laaffattee duute yeroo beeku jecha hamaa siin jaa jecha gochaa waan si godhu jiru caalatti wanni nuti akkana isin godhuu dandeenyuuf Oromoon hamma sammuun isiidhaa akka namaatti yaaduu dhiistee sammuu bineensaa takkaa sammuu jaldeessaatti lakkaa'amtutti. Lammaffaa Abrahaa jaaniiti kana nuun jee jechuudha. Jecha saamoraa isiniifiin itti dhufa. Kan garaan ogu be'ani garuu gurbaa Amaaraa tokko jecha nuun jee. Itoophiyaa ati qayyaram jee. Itoophiyaadhaan Oromoon Itoophiyaa wajjin wal qixxeessuu hin dandeessuu jee jechuudha. Kanaaf akka Oromootti uummanni Oromoo yaaduu carraasan hin qabani carraasanis arkachaa hin turre je. Oromoon ajaja namaa fudhattee hodeemte malee akka ifitti akka Oromootti yaaduu waan hin dandeenyeef gaafa Oromoon akka ifitti yaaddee achi baatetti rakkoo guddoo saba uummatarra fiduu danda'u. Abrahaan yeroo gochisan hundinuu irratti raawwatame wanni amma akkana torchii nu godhaniin kuni qabeenya Oromootiin akka bitamu hime kiniinni torchi kiniinni achi keessatti kana makka namu kasummiidhaa qabeenya Oromootiin akka bitamu hima meeshaaleen itti adda addaa ta'e ibiddaa ta'e itti nama guban qabeenya Oromootiin akka bitamtu nu hima kana hundaahu daangaa Oromiyaa keessaan ala akka hin finne akka qabeenya keenyaan torchiis taane manni hidhaadhaa kan kiiloomeetira daangaan qabnetti lakkaawamus nu ijaaramus achuma keessatti himamaa jechuudha. An ji'a waggaa lamaa fi ji'a 7 moo 8 asin ficcaanaa ture hogguu garii handuraan hogguu garii bishaan asin maayyiirra tuumboonaa tolchanii tuumboon san waggaa dheeraa itti deemuu danda'e. Lammada hidha ittiin deebi'uu deema eegaan achirraa ba'ee tumboo sana eega osoo itti ficcaanuu wayyaawee hidha ittiin deebi'uu deema lammadallee. Maaliif nama keenya diinni ani arra sababa tahee wanni niin as dhufeef ifiiti yaa himachuu qofa osoo hin ta'in gochaan akkanaa ilmaan Oromootti irratti raawwachaa jira jechuudha. Afaan ijoollee torchii ta'uu jirtu sanii ta'uufiin arma dhufee jechuudha. Rakkoon irra geessisan Oromummaa kiyyaan irra aanee as goof niin boonaan akka Oromootti jechuudha. Nam meeqaatu wareegamaa ture. Torchii saniin shamarran keenya Ayyaantuu Alii, Ashaa Adam, Ashaa Ibrahim, Deenabaa Muhammad, Ashaa Muhammad, Deenabaa Muhammad, Ashaa Muhammad obboleeyyani. Ashaa Muhammad nama garaa qabu hogguu torchii godhanii akka hunda godhanii dadhabdee nama garaa qabu duuda keessa yeroo dhiitu ilmoon irraa buutee jechuudha. Ilmoon irraa buutee ilmoo san irraan buufne lafatti. Akkasii ilmoo sanii wajjin darban. Namoota mana biraa keessatti torchii tahee du'ee gabbaasanii jira. Sharaa carqa fidanii sharaa keessa guuranii isis dabalatee ilmoo akkanatti lubbuun keessaan bahin tadha wattu tanallee dabalatee obboleessiin isii ganama osoo isiin tiraashatti hin darbamin obboleettii isiitis waliin makiinaan ganama dhuftee makiinaan fuudha achuma hiisanii bakka takka warri hidhamumaatu dachii qota hidhamaatu awwaala. Warri awwaale san galgala kana ni ajjeefamaa jechuudha. Warri du'a awwaale galgala kana ni ajjeefama. Kanaaf jara keenya ammallee akkasumatti irra deebi'ee kuuloo jaalataa nama jaamu nama mana isaanii duratti gaazarra naqanii citaa mana haadhasii irra guuranii kibriitaan gaazatti qabanii jechuudha. Citaa mana haadhasii gombisaa irraa guuranii isii gaazatti naqanii faamilii isii hidhanii irra guban. Ashaa Muhammad Haajii, Abdallaa Muhammad Haajii haadhaa fi ilmoo waliin sakaalanii hidhanii haadhaan bakka sanitti lubbuu irraa baasanii jechuudha. Kun hundi naannoo Harargee Bahaati. Ati ta'e. Tan biraa Saafiyaa Yuusuf, Na'imaa Abdallaa nama cicciranii madaabaraa keessa naqanii jechuudha. Bishaan danfaan irra naqamee bishaan dhodhoose nama bishaan danfaatti naqanii madaabara naqan madaabaraa osoo hin fageessin ifiif ajaa yeroo dadhaban darbanii jechuudha. Qananiitu abbaa isiin beeku Muhammad Qananiitu Muhammad Sulee, Misraa Amin, Safiyaa Ibrahim jarri sadeen kuni nama osoo uleen tumtu osoo ruuheen irraan bahin bishaan danfaa irra naqanii lubbuun isaanii guyyaa lamaaf osoo hin awwaalamin har osoo jettu ruuheen isaanii irraa baate osoo gurra keenyaan torchii ta'aa jirru osoo dhageenyuuti jechuudha. Kan biraa Khadijaa Ali haadha Ziyaad haadhaa fi ilma isii waliin ajjeeftee jechuudha. Haadha ilma isii harka isii haadha isaa harka qofa harkan mucaa bakkatti ajjeesan achirraa fuudhanii ajjeesanii jechuudha. Kimiyaa Muhammad Sulee kaniin jedhu kana obboleeyyanii isaan lamaan kunis warra guyyaa lamatti wal duraa duubaan torchii tahanii du'anii jechuudha. Haalli diinaa kana fakkaataa jechuun isinirraa gabaabsee. Haalli diinaa kana fakkaata. Haala diinaa kana keessatti Oromiyaa keessatti nuti ilmaan Oromoodhaa sadarkaa kaniin amma isinii hime kana caalaadhaan namni keenya torchii tahaa jira jechuudha. Namni keenya torchii tahaa jira. Maaliif ani urjiin Oromiyaa irratti hin dhaladhe? Oromiyaa irratti hin uumame Oromoo taheetiin dhaladhe jechuudha. Haalli uummanni keenya irra jiru garuu haalli nuti dabarsine garuu haala danqaadha. Haala san irraa dandamachiisuudhaaf furmaanni maali jennee akka sabaatti wal gaafannee waan hedduutu jira wanni gabaabaanis ni jira jechuudha. Ani hedduu seenaa tiyya himachuu irra seenaa jaallan seenaa ilmaan Oromoo seenaa hawwan Oromoo warra na biratti akka malee godhanii du'an san dubbachuun jaaladhaa jechuudha. An seenaa kiyya bakka hedduutti namni na dubbatee jira. Anis seenaa tiyya dubbachaa olutti qonatti ulfaata. Muhammad Amin Hassan nama osoo arkuu qaama isaa cicciranii nyaachisanii jechuudha. Nama qaama isaa cicciranii haadha isaa nyaachisanii jechuudha. Bakka takkatti isaan lamaanuu waliin ajjeesanii jechuudha. Kuni Harargee Bahaati jechuudha. Naannoo Haramayaatti dhiyaata naannoon kun gochaan kun kan raawwatame. Bakki manni hidhaa wanni kanaatun itti raawwatamtu Misraaqizii mana hidhaa Sabaatenya mana hidhaa Direedhaa mana hidhaa Kotoonii manneen hidhaadhaa kaambii Tigree cuftinuu mana hidhaa ilmaan Oromooti jechuudha. Kanarraa nuti har'a hayyoota babbareedaa kana qabna. Akkamitti haala hammeenya kanarraa if dandamachiisuu dandeenya? Akkamitti haala hamaa kanarraa wal baraaruu dandeenya? Hayyoota babbareedaa kana qabna. Haala uumame kana jiraachuudhaaf maal nu barbaachisa? Akka uummata Oromootti haala kana jalaa bahuudhaaf iftahuu nu barbaachisa. Nu garuu qaamni keenya gariin keenya iftaanee hin jirru jechuudha. Garii keenya bakka biraatti agarra. Jechi amaartichi naan jeesan Itoophiyaatti qayyaram atti baddaram. Isin Oromoon akka Oromootti yaaduu hin geenye, akka Oromootti yaaduu hin dandeessan yeroo nuun ja'usan amma garuu waa hedduun harkaa jira. Hayyoota keenya kan mooraa namaa keessa dhaabbatee kaleessa mooraa isaa keessa barooduu ture har'a mooraa namaa dura dhaabbatee mar'atu hundaan harkaa jechuudha. Kun seera Oromoo keessatti safuu Oromoo keessattis waan argamu. Beeytoota keenya kan miidiyaalee marsaa intarneetiitis haa ta'u feesbuukis haa ta'u diinaafis banaa nuufis firaafis banaa gubbaa dhaabbatanii qabsoon Oromoo laaffattee qabsoon Oromoo cabtee qabsoon Oromoo daakamtee ji'ee dubbatuun arga. Kuni wanni kanaa dadhabbiidha. Akkamiin laalteen isin nuti dubartoota kalee qabsootan irraa qooda fudhatee cabnee beeynee sadarkaa kana geenye. Warra hafee ija dhabee mana jiru jira. Ummanni Oromoodhaa har'a ilmaan Oromoo dhiinoonni dhangala'aa jiruu fi Oromiyaa jechaa dhangala'aa jira malee Itoophiyaa jechaa hin jiru. Itoophiyaan daangaa mataasii qabdi, bordera mataasii qabdi. Akka saba Oromootti ollaa taanee heegare kabajuu fi daangaa sii ni dandeenya. Itoophiyaa tasa nuti hin fudhannu jechuudha Oromoon. Dhiinni ilmaan Oromoo wanni gannaqamaa jiruuf Oromiyaadha malee daangaa Itoophiyaa mallatteessuuf sarara Itoophiyaa dhiiga keenyaan nuti hin mallatteessu. Hayyoonni Oromoo garuu qaamni keessan ani waan hinaafsiseen qaba. Marsaalee intarneetii yeroo banu keessattuu amma eega lolli Gondar guyyaa lamaan ta'e kanatti waan na gaddisiisee jira. Hayyoonni Amaaraa waliin dhufeeti galgalaa fi ganama walgahii godhataa jechuudha. Hayyoonni Oromoo uummata keessan keessaa eessa jirtan? Beekumsaa fi wallaala keessanii nu gabbaatanii maal nuun jettanii jirtan? Waggaarraa guyyaa tokko walgahii OSA dhuftan malee akka sabaatti akka nama saba dadhabaa qabutti akka nama saba gabroonfamee jiru qabutti gabbaatanii nu yaamtanii guyyaa kan maal nu himtan? Gariin keessan Oromiyaa jettan, gariin keessan Itoophiyaa jettanii jechuudha. Kanaaf bakka isinuu bakka hedduu jirtan wal biran jirtan. Namni wal biran jirree nama hin jaaru. Doktooraa fi Profeeserri Oromiyaa keessa jiru har'a wareega kafalaa jiran. Daa'imaa wajji wareegamaa jira. Wanni isin gaddisiisu dubartii ji'a 8tu ilmoo wajji wareegamee jira jechuudha. Maal barattan isin bilisoomsuufi. Aduun Itoophiyaa gubattee jirti Oromiyaa keessa jirtuun dhaabbattu nuti baandiraan Oromiyaatis biyya teenya keessa Itoophiyaatis hin dhaabbattu jechuudha. Tun dhiiga keenyaan mallatteessi. Warri Itoophiyaa jettan Itoophiyaa jala deddeemtan if duuba deemiyaa waa ifitti hima anan malleen isin jaa. Ana urjii dhaabaatii jee abbaan fedhe ka Itoophiyaa haana dhagoo irran kaadhu. Abbaan kiyya Oromiyaa na barsiise akaakoon kiyya immoo Oromoo jecha qalama haqee afaan Oromoo dura kaakka jee barreesse. Dhiiga Oromootiin Oromiyaan ilmaan Oromootiin bilisoomti. Amma yeroo ammaan tanaa keessatti yeroo teessanii haasoytan hin qabdan yeroo deemtanii waa wal gaafattan. Anamma hagaan dhufee fi harma jidduu waan pikchara kanarra nama agarsiisan numaan arga. Irra caalaan ani afaan Ingiliziitis hin beeku. Ani kuno afaanuma tokkichaa kana qofaan beeka, afaan Soomaaliin hin beeka, afaan biraan beeku jechuudha. Gariin yoo warri afaan kiyyan galleef turjumaan isinii haa ta'u, kuno habtaamuun turjumaan isinii haa ta'u, isinii haa himu warra afaan Ingilizii qofa beektan. Safuu keessanii Oromoo taatanii afaan Oromoo wallaaluun ammoo kana isiniif hin dhaamaa quba qabaadha. Yeroo ammaan tanaa keessatti marii burguddoon wanni Oromoo irra jiru fala wal gaafachuu qofa. Keessanii haasawaa osoo hin ta'in deemtanii haasawuu qofa. Marsaa intarneetii irratti osoon hubanne waan nun barreessina hayyoota Oromoo na dhageessanii mi. Diinni achirraa dubbiseeti nu arrabsaa jechuudha. Fuula Feesbuukiitii fi Marsaalee internet irrattis waan hin taane nuun hin jeyna. Isin nama beektoota arrallee borullee jaalannu jibbinu hayyoota Oromoon qabdu isinii jechuudha. Hayyoota keenya jennee isin abdanna. Marsaalee irratti waan nama gaddisiisu hedduu agarraa jirra. Hayyootaaf barreessee jenna malee wallaalaaf barreessee hin jennu. If duuba deebi'anii wal gaafachuu dhabuu keessaniif haalli keenya kan sadarkaa kana amma irra jirru gahee jira jechuudha. Oromoon arra ijoollee ama 5 fi 6 jaarsa ama 8 wareegamaa jira. Maal harkaa qabdan isaan cinaa dhaabbachuudhaaf gargaarsa isin irraa barbaadan. Xalayaa goggoyduu cufa Ameerika geessu White House geessuu miti. Xalayaa goggoyduun deemuu miti. Hujii yoo duuba jiraachuu baatte wanni isin barsiiftanii uummata kana garsiiftan isin irraa fudhatan. Isin barattanii doktooraa fi profeesara yoo taatan sabni keessan gabrummaa jala waan jiru jecha bilisa ta'uu hin dandeessan. Saba gabroome san irraa lakkaa'amtan. Haga Oromiyaan bilisoomsutti hamma Oromiyaan bilisoomtutti maqaa Oromooti waan isin yaamaniif jecha gabrummaa jala jirtanii jechuudha. Carraa ijoolleen harkattee bilisummaa isin baasu jirti. Ol ka'a osoo hin qaanfanne osoo hin saalfanne ilmaan keessan cinaa dhaabbadhaa. Dallee namaa jalaayis baha. Itoophiyaaf ilmaan Oromoo nu waggaltu Itoophiyaan. Ollummaa waliin qabna malee. Oromiyaan ni bilisoomti. Injifannoo uummata Oromooti. Dhaamsi jaallan wareegaman dhaammataniis kana. Dhaamsi qeeroon dhaammachuu jirtus kana. Qeeroon isin yaamaa jirti hayyoota Oromoo. Wallaalaan wallisaan isin yaamaa jira. Eenyu jalaa awwaattan. Eessatti isin agarre. Borii Oromiyaan bilisoomti yoo dhuftan eessarraa dhuftanii isiniin jennee isin gaafachuu jiraanna nuti. Bakka irraa dhuftan. Takka immoo Maqalee galtan. Takka Gondarii galtan. Osoo bakkisan hin dhufne ol ka'a saba keessan haala rakkoo diinni waraanaan bulchaa jira afaan qawweetiin gabbahaa uummata keessan ijoollee keessaniin. An akka urjii dhaabaatti kaleessa qabsoon ture dirqamni xiyyanarra jira. Oromummaa fi akkas ta'e arrallee miilaaniin deemaa jira ijaan qabaa mana foonii hojjadheetiin ilmaan Oromoo qeeroo fi waraana bilisummaa Oromoo gargaaraa jira. Dirqamni xiyyanarraan buune isinis isinirra jira dirqamni san galatoomaa fayyaa ta'aa nagaannaa jiraadha.
Geessan egaa maal kana booddee waan haasa'an baay'ee nama dhibaa. An dhugaadhumatti dhaggeeffattanii baay'ee nama gaddisiisa waan Oromoo irra ga'aa jiru. Dhugaadhumatti qaamuunti keenya akkamitti kana danda'ee jiraatu nama dhibaa. Anaa kaasee hundi keessanyayyuu. Uummata keenya irratti badiisa manaa ga'ee akkumatti dandeenye rabnee bullu nama dhibaa. Garuu baay'ee itti yaaduun irra jira. My title is The Oromo Struggle, Knowledge and Agency in the Age of Globalization. I'm going to ask 5 interrelated questions to answer them. The first question is, what are the epistemological and institutional or organizational factors that facilitate the progress of society? Epistemological means theory of knowledge production and dissemination. Thank you. The second question is, why did colonialism and imperialism suppress the epistemology of Oromo society? The third one is, what are the major factors that delayed the success of the Oromo struggle? The fourth one is, what is the role of Oromo epistemology in the development of Oromo national organizational capacity building? The fifth question is, can the current Kero-led movement be the fulcrum of Oromo national organizational capacity building? I'm going to answer briefly these questions. As all of us know, every society has its unique epistemology or ways of producing knowledge and disseminating and civilizations. So Oromos are one of these societies. That is why the world is epistemologically diverse and culturally plural. The Oromo have unique epistemology and the culture which have been suppressed by colonialism and imperialism. The Oromo have their indigenous epistemology or ways of producing knowledge that is stored in the following institutions. The first one is the Gada Sikh system. The second one is indigenous Oromo religion known as Wakefana. The third one is Finna. Finna means Oromo cultural theory and practice of development. I'm not going to thoroughly discuss the essence of Finna because it is a very complex one, but I'm going to briefly outline them. The first one is called Budina, which means grows, simply put. The second one is Gabina, enrichment. The third one is Balina, broadening. The fourth one is Badada, abundance. The fifth one is Hormata, reproduction and rejuvenation. The sixth one is Dagaga, development with sustainability. And the seventh one is Dagaga Hora, which means reciprocity, sharing in cultural knowledge and information with neighbors and beyond. So these are very complex issues due to lack of time. I'm not going to thoroughly discuss them. The Oromo have been prevented from developing epistemology to produce and disseminate their authentic knowledge. Because colonialism attempt to obliterate Oromo's ways of knowing, living, collective memories and collective identities and memories in order to impose a new order on them. Colonialism, in another word, Ethiopian colonialism and global imperialism oppose the diversity of knowledge. Therefore, more or less, the so-called modern sciences are the tool of colonial and imperial institutions. Mainstream academic, religious, and other institutions have mainly promoted the knowledge for domination that corrupted the minds of the colonized. In another word, our minds have been corrupted. That's why we couldn't stand up and liberate ourselves up to now. The organic intellectuals of the colonized need to restore their indigenous epistemology to develop critical knowledge in order to facilitate a true human liberation. As one scholar says, the master's tools never dismantles the master house. So the knowledge we have learned from Ethiopian colonial institutions and Euro-American epistemologies or institutions are inadequate to address the Oromo issue to liberate ourselves. Most Oromo elites, which means we, have been uncritically accepted the colonial and imperial epistemologies, ways of doing knowledge. So Ethiopian schools and their Western or Eastern counterparts have trained Oromo scholars to be loyal servants of their masters. Unfortunately, most Oromo have learned, or all of us in another word, the knowledge and the behavior of the oppressor. Consequently, we act like Abashas or like imperialists. The knowledge and ideology that most Oromos have borrowed, or most of us borrowed from foreign institutions, including Ethiopia, are inadequate for building strong democratic and political and civil institutions. That is why Oromos are facing monumental problems in organizing themselves in diaspora and Oromia. Without restoring the Oromo epistemology or ways of producing knowledge and developing mental liberation, we cannot build strong national organizations. So we need to restore the Oromo epistemology and develop liberation knowledge in order to build national organizational capacity. Beginning on November 12, 2015, the Oromo have decided to determine their political destiny. Only one thing is missing up to now. That is national organizational capacity. Can the emerging organic intellectuals of Cairo help in overcoming this problem in order to mobilize the nation for national organizational capacity building? That's a very big question. Let me make a brief discussion and conclusions. The Oromo movement is at the crossroads just at the moment when globalization and Ethiopia are facing their deepest crisis. Look like that Ethiopia and the world is at peace. As we know, the world is not at peace. It is facing very serious, deep crisis. Despite the fact that the Oromo struggle has achieved an ideological victory, it still lacks national organizational capacity. What should be done? All Oromo political and civic organizations, including the elements of OPDO that have sympathy for their people, must be united and work with the Cairo-led movement to save the Oromo nation from destruction. How this can be done? All Oromo civic institutions and the political organizations should agree to call national meetings on a local, regional, national, international level to deliberate on the fate of their people and build consensus to make national resolutions and to take concrete collective actions. That was also what Urju was telling us. It's not anymore, it's a matter of just crying, listening. It is up to us now to determine our destiny. Look here, people who are here. These are intellectuals. What is wrong with us? How can we live in slavery forever? It is time, my brothers and sisters, to wake up and take our responsibility very seriously. In order to avoid the pitfalls of the past, the deliberations, resolutions, and actions must be based on and framed by the Oromo epistemology and the principle of egalitarian democracy of our democratic tradition. We have to return to the source. We have to return to our culture. We have to return to our wisdom. We have been trying to act like Ethiopians. We have been trying to act like Americans and Europeans. Probably we have satisfied our individual needs, but we couldn't solve our own problems. Therefore, it is time to ask ourselves, regardless of what are being told to us in the name of democracy, human rights, justice, all that we are hearing is false, my brothers and sisters. Because global powers, I heard that they don't know, some people are saying that, but they know it. Global imperialism and Ethiopian colonialism are work hand in hand to commit genocide, to torture our people, to humiliate our women, to humiliate our old brothers and sisters. We cannot afford to continue the same old habit. In this world, whether you are going to tell the people who have power again and again, they never listen to you. People listen to people who have power, who have organizational capacity, who can determine things, who can force the enemies to listen to them. Now it is time for the Oromo people. We have enough resources. Our people are awakened. They are revolting, they are dying in the night. Particularly Oromo diaspora, we cannot continue the old ways. We have to be organized. We have to support our people at home. Thank you for listening. I appreciate for listening.
Okay, now we are done with the presentation. I think it's time for a question, and I will continue with the question. We have a very few minutes, and we have to take a limited question. I think there is a speaker, so you line up. I will take 3 questions from that side. Is there any? You can tell me. The president wants to talk to me, so I should listen. Oh, okay. So, okay, if I got 4 people, 3 people over there, I think that's okay. You can come. She is actually raised her hand. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you should address who you want to ask the question.
Thank you for your presentation. All I have a question, particularly for Professor Jalata. So you mentioned that Oromos in the diaspora has to be organized. What do you mean when you say Oromos in the diaspora has to be organized? And what is the suggestion? In the diaspora, there are different organizations, different civil society, political groups, exiled political groups. Can you hear? Okay. So you said you made your conclusion that the Oromos in the diaspora has to be organized. What is the practical suggestion for the Oromos in the diaspora to be organized? There is different civil society organizations, communities, and exiled Oromo political groups and societies. So what practical solution do you offer when you just made that statement of the diaspora has to be organized?
Is there any of you is questioning or question what Professor Asafa is presented on? Because I wanted us to continue together. Are you addressing your question to Professor Asafa? No? Okay, we will take all the question then. Let's take all the question. Okay. Or you want to answer first?
As I said,
I'm sorry.
national organizational capacity. Okay. I said national organizational capacity building. We have petty organizations here and there, community organizations, different civic organizations, AFOSHAs. Those are not enough. We have to be able to, as a nation, wherever we are, at local, regional, and national level, we have to build organizations that have national capacity. For example, organizations that can mobilize resources. If the Oromos want to buy guns, that can provide them to buy guns. If the Oromos are suffering, that can stand with them. If the Oromo people want medicine, that can provide medicine. It's not lip service. Lip service are not enough anymore.
Thank you.
We have to do something. There are Oromos who are struggling at home, who are suffering, whether they struggle peacefully, whether they struggle through armed means, whether it means another tactic. They need resources. They need help. We in diaspora cannot lead the revolution, but we need to build our muscle financially, intellectually. If we are divided, we fall. If we are united, we win. We have resources anymore. Are not realizing resources that we have, intellectual resources, material resources, ideological resources. We must be able to come together and discuss like our forefathers, Gada principle. We cannot continue to talk about Gada in abstract ways. We must come together, discuss, plan, take action. For example, if we live in Washington, D.C., we cannot afford to be divided into Afosha. We cannot divide into petty communities. We cannot afford to be divided into different petty political organizations. Those are dead. We have to be united, act like a people. That should be done democratically. We don't need from any group of people to give marching order to us. We as a people come together, discuss, deliberate, agree on certain principles, take concrete actions. We cannot wait, like Urji told us, for next year to come together here and discuss. That is not going to help us, brothers and sisters. We have to start. Our people are dying. Genocide are being committed. Our people are castrated. Our women are humiliated. Our old people are humiliated. How can we continue to bear that kind of humiliation? We have to stand up like people. How can we forget where we come from? Organization is power. Unity is power. Unity is not based on where you were born, not blood relationship, based on principles, based on actions, taking concrete actions.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue with the question.
Yeah, my question goes to Professor Haptamu. I would like to thank all of you. This is really a very brilliant group, and as a torture survivor, I'm very pleased by what you have presented today. And I would also like to thank Urjit Abba for coming forward and bravely speaking against the human brutality perpetrated against you. Because most women were not willing to speak. And I talked to a woman who is a torture survivor, and she said, "Ani dina koon gammachiisu baaqelaa danfa keessatti baate waan taateef baay'een si galateeffadha." I have a question for Professor Haptamu. Do you have any posterity measures to make the perpetrators accountable for what they are doing, not only the TPLF, but the Oromo collaborators too? Is there any? I have seen the documentation is an encouraging sign, because we have started documenting for posterity measures. Is there any accountability in progress?
Okay, go ahead. You can ask, or are you asking Professor Aptamu or another one? Then, as we started, let's Aptamu. How about you, Aptamu? Okay, then let Aptamu, Professor Aptamu answer this question. I call Aptamu, I think he's okay with it.
Okay. So if I understood your question correctly, you are asking if there is any plan to bring the perpetrators of acts of genocide against the Oromo people to some sort of court, international court, or... So I think the answer to that would be very, very complicated, but to start with, we should start documenting. So I think documentation is the beginning of everything. One day, when the regime is gone, we have to look for data and information to bring people who have committed these atrocities to justice. So we have to start. Each of us are responsible to document, tell stories, come forward. If you know your family member, or if it's yourself, if you have anything to say, please tell stories. We want to document testimonies of people. I think the other action could be the responsibility of the Oromo people in general. We should be able to actually organize a group of lawyers and probably find ways of paying for them, so that a lawsuit or some sort of genocide indictment, the Ethiopian government is charged for this action, maybe at UN level. I don't know if ICC is going to work out. And then the other solution is victory. Like, you know, if you fight for your freedom, you win. Justice is very, very slow. So it might come by the time justice is delivered. We don't know what the status of the Oromo population is going to be. But it's our responsibility to prevent the death of each and every Oromo person, young person, old person. So the answer to that would be Dr. Asafa Jalata's paper. Thank you.
Because of the restraint of time and we have so many panels for discussion, I was asked to stop, but
Only one.
I want to give it to the young girl to do it. I apologize for the two behind. I had my own question, but I couldn't do, but I override and let you ask, and as the answer and as the question should be very short. Thank you. You can go ahead and ask.
Only one point.
We can ask thousands of questions. We can go on. We have a lot of questions as persons, as individuals, as nations. But the time is done. It's done. It's over. Thank you very much. The next panel will come on.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the panel. I think this is a beginning of discussion. It's not the end. Let's look at it this way. All right, the next panel, Damitu Argo, is the chair, and the panelists for the Damitu Argo, please come forward. I mean, I'm good, maybe. Huh? I actually didn't want to. Oh, you want me to invite them? Okay, the panelists on this panel, Dr. Daniela Yana, Itana Hapte, Dr. Gulumma, Brian Yates, Dr. Brian Yates. Please come forward.
This panel is going to discuss about reconstructing history and struggle for knowledge. And we're going to start off with Daniela Yana. He served as a lecturer in Department of History at Addis Ababa University. And he's going to discuss about sedimented history, ancient Oromo knowledge of stone buildings. He has a PhD from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. He's currently a professor of history at Youngstown State University. Research interest is environment of history, and he authored a number of articles, and he'll discuss his topic today.
Nagama. Okay. Let me transport you back in time, not to make you forget what was being discussed, but to help you think in terms of transformation. The theme of the conference is knowledge, collective consciousness, transformation. And once we start looking back into history, it helps us to transform and build the future. The given topic of my presentation starts with the concept of sedimented history. Broadly, what does sedimented history refers to? Oromo history in central and northern Oromia is appropriated. In south, as far as East Africa, it is sedimented. Let me explain in two ways. The first is today in Tanzania between 250 and 500,000 Bantu population name their children as Bula, Ayantu, Bunde, etc., etc. But these children do not know what it means. Their parents tell them that they are originally Oromo. When they look at history books, they don't find anything. What they find is either Syria or Yemen or Indian. That's what history was writing in the 1960s. By 1990s, the history of the region is written by local population, but there are some questions. So go back to the title of my presentation, technological aspects. That will be the focus, the Madille, the giants of Northeast Africa. The word giant is not my word. It is from the historical sources. But who were the Madille? And that's where I start. When a society's civilizational ability is analyzed, it is seen in terms of complexity. Complexity has two divisions. One is the governance system, the political system, the social classes. In this case, all of you know about the Gada system. It is class, time-based classes, and it's specialized knowledge. That's not my topic. My topic is about the technological aspect. The second aspect of civilizational complexity refers to the ability to build durable structures, stone buildings, stone structure. That's what I'm focusing on. From northern central Oromia down to East Africa, there are a lot of stone structures that are built. Next. These stone structures impress archaeologists and historians because of their durability, their posterity, and they attract because they are index of civilization. They are widespread globally. Societies that achieved these level are seen to have reached a certain level of civilization. That's why stone structures are one mark of complexity. Next. In Northeast Africa, we have 4 types of stone structure. Dry stone walls, ruins of lime, and stone buildings. These spread as far as East Africa. For instance, in East African coast, there is a port that Europeans named Port Danforth because nobody is claiming. The Somali named it Burgao, but it is a lost African metropolis. Local Bantu population call it Shungawaya. Shungawaya is a corruption of Shanangayo, the seat of the 5 assemblies. These 5 assemblies belong to Oromo and also other groups. The second is rock-hewn structures. These are subterranean structures, including water wells. They are widespread from Oromia down to East Africa. South Omar, one. The other is in Warabu, which is close to Waliso. These are man-made structures, but they are wrongly named as caves. There are the 4th grave markers, Sida, all over central Oromia. These are attributed to Ahmed Gran, you know this. Next. Rock-hewn structures are quickly identified with Christianity. However, there are no local sources that indicate the building techniques. They are mythically credited to angels. Next. Geographically, these rock-hewn structures are spread mostly in Oromia regions. There are many recent discoveries. These recent discoveries are attributed once again to church, but they do not have any church symbol or any church marks. The third one is the word Sida. Sida is partly a grave marker, and it is appropriated for the Semites, Amara and Brage. Now, let's go to the descriptive accounts from East Africa. The earliest accounts say these are non-Bantu. These are people who count 40-year generation. This 40-year generation was a mystery until very recently. And then there are specific names of these builders. The builders were the Madille, the Dablo or Dabalo, and the YU, etc. Of these, the Madille are the ones that are widespread remembered. First, the Madille are referred to as the giants. The Somali calls them the giants. Who built this structure? It is the giants who built. Who are the giants, the Madille? The Bantu population call the structures as built by giants. Who are the giants? They are the Madille. The Greeks remember recording about the giants. And next. Next. So these three sources, Somali, Bantu, and Greeks, refer to the giants. And the word giant was mythologized in the 1960s. It was mythologized in the 1960s. It was assumed to be physical tallness, physically big. But others say this is in reference to achievements of stone structures or buildings in those days. The other is Dabalo. These are found in Greek and Latin sources. Especially Dabalo is appropriated to mean probably Indians or WA, probably Arab. However, the Dabalo, the Daci, the Madille, these are specific groups recorded in Greek and Latin sources as people living in the interior of Northeast Africa in those days, and today Oromia. Next, the Madille achievement has been glossed over, attributed, but now once the idea of counting time in 40 years have identified and provide additional source. Arabic sources actually attribute these buildings to the Jamjam and the Harusi, a topic I covered last year. And the Arabic sources refer to them as a site of worship. Site of worship was simply a analytic description, but the description is these stones are coated with fish oil or with butter. These are Gada power transfer ceremonies. And so well digging, rock hewing, these are interrelated because anybody who is digging well has to have the ability to hew rocks, break rocks into proper processes. And these have been recorded by Hudson and by Bassi. Additional, the giants were the first to discover these, attributed them to Sabians or Himyarites or the Hamites. Conti Rossini, Ethiopian scholar, attributed them to the Persians. Huntingford initially attributed them to the Oromo, they reversed this idea. The simplest explanation definition is today in terms of who these groups were in East Africa, who were the Madile, who were the Dablo, who were the Dachi. These were sectional groups of the Oromo, and they were building these probably 100 years before the birth of Christ. That is the time depth, as the time depth. And according to the Oromo system of time reckoning, Mara, every 8 years is one Mara, every 40 years another Mara, 9 times 40 years is another Mara. So 360 Mara or 360 rounds of time are the ways in which Oromo history has captured in Gada system. These 360 rounds of time provide the Madile as one group who were essentially leading Northeast Africa 100 years before the time of before the birth of Christ. And archaeological sources found coins belonging to the Greeks at the time, proving the link that existed at that time. And the other is the trade in aromatic goods, such as burguda, such as the baris leaves that Middle Eastern civilization used to beautify and provide aromatic feelings for their palaces in the Middle East and the Mediterranean Sea. So in short, to summarize, the term giant was coined by Northeast African population to describe the builders of stone structures. And and these people referred to as giants are basically, they were the ancestors of the Oromo. And today there are many Eastern African population who trace their ancestry to these people. Today they might be Bantu, but they claim their ancestry from the Oromo. And so in short, what I'm trying to say here is that the past of the Oromo was so strong as a stone foundation, so enduring, and these can still be a means of founding a new society with a new consciousness. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Itana Habte. Itana Habte is from University of London, and he's going to discuss about one second, sorry. His title of presentation is, it's a correction from the schedule, so it's Historicizing Politics and Politicizing History, the Ethiopian State of the Oromo Narratives of National Struggle. And Itana Habte is a former lecturer at Department of History at Adama University of Science and Technology and the Department of Civic and Ethical Education at Hausa University. He's also author of a book called Society, Revolution, and Military Intervention in Ethiopian Politics, Experiences Among the Macha Oromo Walaga during the Derg regime between 1974 and 1991. He's currently a PhD candidate at the Department of History, School of Oriental Studies at University of London. I'd like to also recognize his efforts in organizing the mid-year this past year for OSA. And in addition to that, a couple of months ago, he helped organize Oromo Protest, a symposium-like workshop at University of London SOAS. So I'd like you guys to welcome Itana Habte.
Okay, thank you. As you can see, the title is Historicizing Politics and Politicizing History, the Ethiopian State and the Oromo Narratives of National Struggle. It's a bit ambitious topic, and this short and ambitious presentation attempts to deal with one overarching question, and that is how far do, in terms of coherence, narratives of the Oromo national struggle progressed to date. In an attempt to reflect on this question, I will bring on board, but very briefly, fundamental features of Oromo Ethiopian narratives that has been used from historical interactions of the region. So I will hardly aspire to give a complete answer, but will reflect on nuanced Oromo nationalist narratives in the lens of its conflicts with ideologies of the Ethiopian state. I conclude my presentation by raising further questions and answering the question I raised myself. So if we look at the nature of conflict by way of introduction, every conflict is justified by a narrative of grievance, accusation, and disgrace. Conflict depends on narratives, and in some senses cannot exist without a detailed explanation of how and why conflicts began, and why one side and only one side is right in the course of the narrative. Narratives also create conflicts by themselves, or at least lead directly into clashes. Stories are stitched together into an all-encompassing narrative that becomes available when and if, for other reasons, hostilities loom between opposing groups or opposing polities and nations. Conflicts also arose over tangible resources. For example, the right to and control over land, mineral, or water. The urges of nationalism and self-determination arise out of unsympathetic grounds of struggle, arousals of active nationalism, an envy of presumed usurpers, and a gradual rejection of a reconfigured helotry. All of these incidents that I have said already, however politicized they are, emerge out of or draw upon a profound historical consciousness. History is often the reservoir of resentment, the fountain of blame. History legitimizes, and history thus sanctifies. Harking back to profane or fair deeds in an ancient time demonstrates the justness of today's cause and the perfidy of today's opponents. Without an acceptable recourse to the past, gaining legitimacy for rebellion is impossible. No contemporary cause, however implausible, achieves widespread following without legitimation, without an evocation of ancient entitlements or a resurrected accusation of hearts. All of this truism and more characterized historical narratives of the Ethiopian state and Oromo national struggle. At the heart of historical narratives of struggle and response is always what we call collective memory. Collective memory need not reflect the truth, by the way. Instead, collective memory portrays a truth that is functional for a group on ongoing existence. It should be expected that most collective memories are provocative by nature. They are biased, selective, and appropriately distorted. The social reality of the present, therefore, explains the past. Indeed, a particular past may be invented, for example, as it happened in Serbia, Kosovo, or Northern Ireland. To suit contemporary needs, you invent your own past. It should not come as a surprise, therefore, the Oromo and the Ethiopian narratives examine past events from strikingly contradictory perspectives. Each is true, in quotation, in terms of the requirements of collective memory. At base or at the foundation, the function of narrative refined and reconfigured from time to time, is to legitimate the just values of each people or to rationalize failures. When you fail, you rationalize. When you get victory or when you win, you create your own narrative depending on the history. Or again, you explain your own weaknesses and excesses. Texts from each side encapsulates the relevant facets of collective memory, thus socializing future generations to accept the least nuanced explanations of hostilities. Narratives of struggle involve actions of imagery because they don't exist ready-made. They also involve construction of rhetoric. Conflict over histories and identities are also characterized by the same behavior. So they are far beyond, or conflicts over the past are far beyond purely textual matters. Instead, this conflict is over history or histories and identities, particularly in Oromo Habesha, or what is called Ethiopian's case, are struggles for power and efforts to create and define reality. One scholar, Robert Rothberg, wrote, "Nations, after all, are prisoners of their own past." I argue that these conflicts over historical past have consistently served political functions, either by legitimizing the state power of certain ethnocultural group or offering stimulating symbols for those who have suffered under colonial oppression. If there is a singular historical experience of building the Ethiopian state, especially between the victory of the Battle of Adwa in 1896 and the fall of the Derg in May 1991, it is the use of history as a political tool in obviating the rise of an Oromo nationalist struggle. After 1991, however, with a reduced appetite on the part of the state for the use of history as a weapon for struggle, the conflict over the past has been thrown into the realm of the opposition, or two giant narratives in Ethiopia. Next slide. Narrative constructions of history, that's about greater Ethiopia and versus Oromo. The projection of contemporary borders backwards into time has characterized the historical narrative of greater Ethiopia as promoted by imperial ruling elites. Ethiopian nationalist discourse stresses the deep historical roots of the contemporary states and continuity with the remote past. They trace their history to the ancient empire of Aksum. The Oromo have been presented as the antithesis of the Amara, as Levine said, invaders, recent arrivals, and uncivilized. A commonly held assumption in imperial Ethiopia was that the huge Oromo society was nothing more than a conglomerate of petty states having little in common besides the language wherever it was retained. They were zealous to make war against one another. It therefore comes as a little surprise that writing history of their own became one of the earliest priorities of modern Oromo political activism when it began. When Machat Ulama Association was founded in 1963, the job of writing history of the Oromo fell on the shoulder of two brave patriots, Lieutenant Mammo Mazember and Haile Mariam Gammada. As Mammo was arrested on fabricated accusations of bombing Senima Ampere, the material he collected and the draft he started were all dropped. In fact, one of three key allegations leveled against Mammo was his attempt to write history of the Oromo. As it rose to prominence, modern Oromo political activism argued that the Oromo people have been enveloped by Ethiopian colonialism since the late 19th century, and argues that this should be resolved by establishing an independent Oromo state. So it doesn't come as a very big surprise that by 1974, when Oromo Liberation Front published its first political program, it's only 12 pages, half of the narrative or half of the description was history by itself. This struggle over the past has never been limited to political careers. The academia largely felt responsible on both sides and has been engaged in debates on the subject. Since the larger part of the Oromo historiography has successfully debated the subject with the mainstream Ethiopianist or Habesha historiography, it need not be repeated here. Instead, I will quickly mention how the debate shaped Oromo political narrative. While some of Ethiopianist scholars treated the Oromo nation, some others seriously doubt if Oromo nation existed at all. In the eyes of Gabru Tarraka, for example, the Oromo nation is a vastly dispersed people with no history of political unity since the 16th century. Christopher Clapham, one of the giant Ethiopianist scholars, dismisses Oromo nationalism at all and rejects almost the existence of any Oromo identity. Another scholar wrote very recently, from the beginning of their history of population movement, the Oromo did not forge unity above tribal level, nor did they ever coordinate their efforts to a common purpose. Each tribe, the narrative continues, pursued its own destiny, entirely independent of the other, and intertribal warfare was the rule rather than exception. And these are only two examples, and the Ethiopian discourse is very much full of this kind of presentation of the image of the Oromo. So generally speaking, Gabru and the Clapham characterization of the Oromo nation is a complete misreading of the Oromo nation. Others seem to have taken Oromo internal diversity beyond limits because of ignorance and purpose of dismissing the Oromo nation. By claiming that Oromoness is a counterfeit, that it never existed, Oromo nation possesses within itself lots of local and cultural diversity to develop any coherent consciousness and never possess an overarching sense of nationhood. The nationalist Ethiopian narrative aimed to defeat the rise of Oromo nationalism. Apparently placed at a precarious position, this kind of narrative is now not only demanded to be revised because it is already dismissed out of scholarly knowledge by the rise of Oromo protesters that has been mobilized under Oromoness. However, there has been sufficient response from the Oromo camp as well. I don't get into the detail. Beginning with the publication of Asmerom Lagase's Gada in 1973, Ethiopianist narratives that presented the Oromo nation as a force of destruction and darkness began to roll back. In 1990, two scholarly works of deconstruction of the Ethiopianist historiography were published, as you know. It's very common knowledge these days. The work of Boni Holcomb and Sisai Ipsa, The Invention of Ethiopia, and Muhammad Hassan's The Oromo of Ethiopia. The first academic shots fired on behalf of the Oromo, according to one British scholar, Richard Reid, as he called the works of Boni and Sisai, argues that European powers supported Menelik's rise to achieve their own aims and establish a dependent colonial state. Their thesis is advanced in an opposition to historical notions of Ethiopia as an exception of an African state. Muhammad, on his part, focused on territorial expansion of the Oromo, the formation of independent Oromo states in the Gebe region, and suggested that the outline of other Oromo states were emerging elsewhere, but were interrupted by Menelik's conquests. In brief, such interpretations of history and the historical narrative do not simply assess the past, but they are contemporary political interventions. Over the last 3 decades, almost all academic work in Oromo studies have reflected on three basic issues in Oromo national questions: land, language, and self-rule. And it is in its simplest form, the Oromo nationalist narrative embodied in a fostered by these works contends that Oromo farmers and pastoral nomads lost their land to the Abyssinian colonial states. So my final statement is, as I said at the beginning, raising question mainly about the Oromo narratives than the other side, because it is out of game already. Because of the type of historical narratives Oromo modern political activism has pursued, especially between late 60s and 1991, magnificent political goals have been scored. So far, two successful goals have been achieved. One, the old image of the Oromo has already been challenged, formerly depicted as chaotic, primitive force threatening the ancient princely order of Amara culture. Now, many scholars see the Oromo nation as exemplars of indigenous and superior democratic traditions. Two, an independent and a well-diversified Oromo historiographical narrative have been established. Despite regime changes by 1974 and 1991, however, the Ethiopian state continued to survive with its basic behaviors. Let me mention only two of them. One, authoritarian state tradition. Despite change of regime, persisted revolutions, two revolutions. Two, the stay of power permanently in the hands of people coming from the north, or the Habesha group, to say it clearly. Although it is significant in more symbolic than real, when it came to power by 1991, this regime, I mean the incumbent regime, instituted symbolic offers for the Oromo questions. Chaffe is instituted, as you know, regional administration is instituted, Afan Oromo became a working language for the region. And above all, a sophisticated and a complex society-state interaction in post-2005 period has led millions of Oromo youths, including highly conscious nationalists, to join the ruling party itself. The generation of Oromo protesters we are observing today has been born and raised in this socio-political landscape. So the old narrative that has worked for more than 4 decades needs some improvement, because the state is improving its source of legitimacy time and again. The enemies of the Oromo have been improving their narratives time and again. They have been informing the new generation in a new way, in a way that it can attract support from the outside and even from the conquered people. So John Sorensen in 1993 said, "The future of the Oromo struggle for national identity and self-determination is unclear." This observation was made over 2 decades ago, but I don't believe that it is completely irrelevant given our situation today. Clearly defining the meaning of self-determination at this time in history is very important for Oromo national struggle. Oromo protesters at home, right now, as we are holding this conference, have snatched the constitution of the country from the ruling regime and is using it as a weapon of struggle for their own cause. So if we understand how things are going, how events are unfolding in the country, we can inform ourselves very quickly on how to lead and how to inform narratives of our struggle going on at home right now. Because this kind of conference, this kind of meeting we are holding now is impossible to do in the country. So the youth who are dying on the streets, dying at home, cannot make their own narrative. The university in Ethiopia, the universities throughout Oromia cannot make or improve narratives of Oromo national struggle. So it is incumbent on scholars outside the country to assess very carefully what is going on in the country, follow what is going on with the state, how it is dealing with the protest, how it is dealing with the crackdown, and look if the Oromo narrative is still powerful. Let me raise one important question. Look, okay, I've finished already. Oromoness, as we have said, has provided every necessary tool to mobilize youth throughout Oromia, and this has been unprecedented, not only in Oromo history, but in the history of the country itself. If Oromoness is very important in mobilizing our youth, it needs to be defined very clearly. What is Oromoness after all? Have we defined it very clearly too? What do the Oromo actually want? But the enemies and friends of Oromo national struggle need to be clear about the Oromo question. As we are now holding the struggle and making research on what our people are doing, are we capable of creating narratives that can explain victories and losses of Oromo protesters? There are many victories, there are also losses. Don't forget, people lost their loved ones. We lost our loved ones. Can we really continue the way we have been saying in the past? In conclusion, narratives shape discourse and informs leadership. It creates leadership. If we want to win the war we are in, we need to clearly state what the Oromo nation wants to this time, at this time in history. Both friends and enemies must be clear, as I said. If we want to own our destiny as a nation, the war for our narrative is as much important and painstaking as the war on every front. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Guluma Gamada. He's going to be discussing about the greening of Oromo history and the reinterpretation of the Ethiopian history. He's Associate Professor of African Studies and History at University of Michigan in Flint. He's a longtime member and a regular contributor to Oromo Studies, served as the OSA President, Board Chair, and an editor of the journals. He's currently the Board Chair of Oromo Communities Association of North America. So welcome, Dr. Guluma Gamada.
Okay. Thank you, Demiro. Well, I think we're back to history. Just following up on my colleagues here who have already started this discussion. So I will share with you some of my my readings and the research and achievements in Oromo studies over the last few years. The title of my presentation is The Greening of Oromo History and the Impact on Ethiopian Historiography. I take the greening of history from my former mentor, Harold Marcus, who once wrote a piece on African history, the greening of African history in the 1990s before he died. So I use that term to describe what has been going on in our case over the last 3 decades. It has already been said several times that the Oromo are either missing or rarely mentioned in history until very recently. In Ethiopian chronicles and travelers' accounts, where they are mentioned very briefly, at least their existence is recognized at least in the 16th century. They are depicted as a destructive force responsible for the disruption and disintegration of an ancient Christian civilization. They were also presented as a newcomers that had taken the land and displaced earlier inhabitants where they live today. So their movements in the 16th century and the settlement over the land, the territory they occupy today,
has been interpreted at the time as a punishment of the Christian population for their sins. And the Abyssinian conquest of the Oromo in the 19th century is justified as ingathering, as one Ethiopian said, as ingathering of peoples of previously dispersed. And again, in quotes, as normal part of state building process by the Ethiopian emperor, and the resurgence of an empire, an old empire which was disrupted and declined as a result of the Oromo expansion. So this is the standard Ethiopian narrative that my colleagues have been talking about earlier. But with the emergence of Oromo nationalism in the 1960s and the engaged Oromo scholarship since the 1970s and 80s, this narrative that I've just described or summarized has been challenged very seriously, and the Ethiopian narrative or interpretation is now questioned. I'll give you some more. Over the last 3 decades, this is the time that the Oromo studies has come together and reached the level where we are right now. We have seen a lot of change through the efforts of our scholars. We have been able to write in the Oromo into the landscape where they have been denied previously. These studies, the Oromo studies, are now forcing the reinterpretation of Ethiopian history itself. So, focusing on some of the latest publications in this field, I would like to highlight one very, very important achievement in our endeavor in the last 3 decades or so. In fact, the Oromo nationalism has been going on. We have the frustrations all of us, in fact, feel. The previous panel has very well articulated. But at the same time, we shouldn't also forget that over this period where we still face challenge and frustrations, a lot has been achieved. One area when we have also some success is in fact in writing and rewriting of our own history. And this has been achieved mainly by our colleagues here in this hall. In his first book, The Oromo of Ethiopia in 1919, Mohammed Hassan has opened a new chapter in Oromo history, or added a new chapter to Oromo history. In fact, Oromo history until that period was mostly limited to the 16th century. We don't know where the Oromo were and what kind of history they had before that. It's kind of limited. The land, the watershed was the 16th century. Before the 16th century, it was kind of unknown area. But so he has opened up this by the book that he published in 1980, where he says, I quote, "There is a conclusive evidence which demonstrates beyond a shadow of doubt that some settled sedentary agriculture Oromo lived in and to the south of what is today the administrative region of Shoa before the 16th century. In fact, actually says the 14th century. So that watershed, the 16th century, in fact, has been broken, is claiming that, yes, they were there where they still live today before the 16th century. So they're not newcomers. In the same book, he also suggested that the Oromo practiced both agriculture and pastoralism before the 16th century. In fact, the Oromo were then portrayed mostly as the pastoral community before the 16th century. But some scholars, in fact, even before Mohammed Hassan, have already mentioned that they were not only pastoralists, but they were also agriculturists. So he emphasized that point. Since the 1990, that he published that book, he has expanded this research into the pre-16th century period and added, in fact, new details in several articles that he has published, and particularly his book that came out late last year, The Oromo of Ethiopia and the Christian Kingdom, which is now on display or on sale outside. If you have not have the copy, I advise all of you to get it. He has provided more details in this and substantiated his argument. And now, irrefutably, in fact, argued that the Oromo were among the ancient peoples who lived in Northeast Africa, including the Shan Plateau, at least since the 10th century, if not earlier. Similarly, as you all also know, those of you have read the whole book of Makria Bulicha, our colleague here, in the contours of the emergent and ancient Oromo nation, has also made it clear that the Oromo, in fact, did live in a central Shan Plateau before the 16th century. But Makria, as those of you have read the book, it's a very, very big book, over 700 pages. In fact, a new version has come. I've not read that. Maybe he has changed a few things. I don't know. But I believe the basic argument that I'm using here is the same. Particularly, in fact, in one of his chapters, it's a very long chapter, chapter 4, he deals with the pre-16th century Oromo history. In fact, the other chapters also do that, but that's where he developed this argument. But what is very interesting, in fact, in Makria's book is that the Oromo not only lived in the places that they still do live before the 16th century, but he says Shah, the central plains of Shah, were actually the cradle of Oromo civilization. That's, to me, it's actually new. None of the scholars who had suggested different places, different localities for the origin of the Oromo have never claimed that. So that's actually the credit goes to Makria. But the other party just substantiates the what supports what Muhammad Hassan has previously said regarding, and also reinforced it in his second book about the presence of the Oromo in the central Sham Plateau. So these are, in fact, this is for I have a third one. The book is still also available outside. Here is published back home by Tabor Wami. He uses both this research, and in Amharic, he writes another book which claims the same thing. So I'll actually focus, also all these books and also these authors dealt with different things and different time periods, but I actually focus on their assertions on the Oromo presence in the Central Highlands before the 16th century, which is new actually. So one major victory, I would say, in historical writing is establishing and reestablishing this fact, which has been denied, and rendered the Oromo as newcomers to the region. If you limit only, in fact, their appearance in the 16th century and make everything beyond that is just in the dark. So liberating that or revealing this period is a very important achievement in historical writing, which has huge implications, not only in writing Oromo history, but in writing and rewriting or reinterpreting Ethiopian history itself. Because the whole Ethiopian historical narrative actually is based on this assumption that the Oromo was not there. This came just by the 15th century, they just appeared on the highland from somewhere in the south. Old, unsubstantiated claims are there. I don't go into that. So all these three, in fact, have said that. But what happens is, in the 16th, if they were there, in the Central Highlands before the 16th century, or at least between the 10th and the 16th century, what was going on? and what happened and why we didn't know that. I've been teaching history, and I started teaching history over 30 years ago at Addis Ababa University. Maybe some of you have been there or attended classes there. No. I've taught this period. I've read almost what was available at the time, but I couldn't say much. I couldn't bring in all this knowledge that we now have. Some of the books I read, because some of these sources that both Mukriya and Muhammad and Wami and others used were already there. Some of them, in fact, new, or at least they were in a different version. And we didn't get in a language that we are able to read and understand. But even those that we were able to read at the time, we're not able to interpret it the way that we are doing now. What's very interesting, particularly in Muhammad's Mukriya's book, is what he did was just look at the names, personal names, place names, clan names, which existed out there, even in Ethiopian chronicles. They're definitely Oromo names, but no one read it that way. There is a very interesting thing, is this is something I knew and I have read long time ago about this. But I didn't carefully look and reread or the way Mukriya read it and say this is, oh, definitely an Oromo. This is definitely an Oromo name. There is a book, A Life of a Saint, an Ethiopian saint. I have searched it, and in fact, from other writings, found out that this was actually written before the end of the 14th century. I believe it's accurate because there is a scholar who was really not many of these Ethiopian documents, chronicles actually, no one has really put them to kind of a scrutiny where you can really point out where they were written, where they were rewritten, when changes were made. Usually other sources do that. Well, these are not yet subjected, but this particular case, it was. And the person who studied it says it was written probably between 1350 to 1380 or 1390. It's now actually in an Italian version too. When you look at that, there is a place where the Ethiopian king sent one of those religious leaders who disagreed with him, and the Ethiopian kings actually will usually do that. Although most of the time the religious leaders and the church leaders and the kings actually work together, they occasionally disagree, and the kings do punish them. So he exiled this religious leader into a very distant land beyond the area that he controlled. And he said he sent this person to Era. Actually, you know, when Era in Amharic or in Gi is written, how it's read, it's Dera. There is a place now called, actually those who read that said, he sent him to Dera, which is actually a place in northern Shoa now. But that was not, but it doesn't fall out of the context because it can't be Dera where he controlled. He said it sent him outside the borders, the frontiers of he ruled. But I thought, and in fact, rereading it and carefully looking at the context, I think he sent him to Dera. And that's an Oromo. The other thing which surprised me, and I've read it, but I've not paid attention in the past, there is a place called, in fact, they mentioned there, and Mukriya, in fact, uses a lot of these names, place names. In a text which was written before the 14th century, there is a place called Mandida. It's exactly the same place where it is today, northeast of Finland, just north of Lebanon. So I think now rereading these texts, we really, beyond doubt, you can establish this. But I think now where we do, but the question is, if I can get this through very quickly, I say a few things, just to be cautious, for us to be very careful. Okay, we have been reading and studying history, which we now see, in fact, with this reinterpretation, completely false. Well, who is wrong? Is our interpretation, Muqrias Muhammad's interpretation, wrong, or the interpretation of what the Ethiopian scholars have been saying wrong? Yes, someone should be wrong. But if one is wrong, the Ethiopian scholars were wrong. Was it intentional, deliberate? Maybe some would do, but at least with the professional ones. I would say I would want us to be cautious in this, because if we go to a level of just denial, we could at the same time also, in fact, undermine the authority of history and the professional scholarship. We could be wrong sometimes. The counter narrative could also be wrong. So it's a very complex process if you take it. But since I don't have time, I don't think I would go into that. But if you raise it, I would explain what I meant by this. But anyhow, this reinterpretation that we are coming up has added a new chapter into Oromo history, chapter which is in fact fully documented and really passes a professional test. So now we have an assignment to go. We say up to the 10th century, added at least 600 years to our history, fully documented. We have to go beyond. And we need to get more sources to do this and reinterpret it. Daniel is in fact trying to do this, and in fact some of the sources he used would do the same thing. I think we have several options, several sources to use. We don't have much written sources, direct sources in particular. But we can use other evidences, as other historians in other places have used. Particularly two. One is linguistic evidence. And the second one is archaeology, which much work has not yet been done. But in the future, I think a lot can be discovered, hidden down in the soil, a lot of evidence that could come out. But let me first say very quickly on linguistics. In fact, lately, a lot of people talking about this and mentioning that the Oromo are Cushitic people. When we say we are Cushitic people, what do we mean? In fact, it's a linguistic classification which puts us, if you just show show more of, just slide down. Okay, there is all of us. Okay, go stop there. All of us, I think, have seen is we are in the part called Afro-Asiatic, which includes a lot of other language, subdivided into 6 sections, 6 different groups. Ancient Egyptian, the language of the ancient Egyptians. Chadic, spoken by people around Lake Chad and northern Nigeria and all this. The Berber, North Africa and Morocco and other places before Arabic. Arabic, actually, there is Semitic, which also includes Arabic, Hebrew, Amharic, and a number of other Ethio-Semitic language. Includes Gurage and the Harari language, part of this section, Semitic. And then we have Cushitic, which is part of the southern Afro-Asiatic, Cushitic. Cushitic, in a way, actually includes a lot of groups in our area. So when the Oromo are Cushitic, it doesn't really specifically tell us specific Oromo identity, but it actually relates how we are related to our neighbors in the region. And then within the Cushitic, there are subdivisions, further divisions, and you get the Oromo in that category, where the Somali, the Afar, and the Sidama, all these are part of this group. So I think if we study this and the Cushitic group, I think our history, we can recover a lot of our history before the 10th century, which can take us further, maybe 2,000-3,000 years, where I believe the actual real Oromo, distinct Oromo identity evolved. That study has to take place, and when we complete that, we can fully write Oromo history of probably the last 4,000 to 6,000 years. That will in fact may be usable in schools and for further references, standard professionally written history. But anyhow, so far we have been able to push it back chronologically, and also in fact, I think initiated the need for reinterpretation of Ethiopian history itself by doing this. Thank you.
We're on our last presentation. We have Professor Brian Yates. He's going to discuss about a topic too close for comfort, the struggle of Oromo studies and diaspora studies of Africa. Dr. Brian Yates received his PhD from University of Illinois in 2008 under the direction of Professor Donald Crummy. After his 2-year of Andrew Milne postdoctoral fellowship at Oberlin College, he accepted tenure-track positions from Marist College and later on to St. Joseph University. He published work in History of Africa and Journal of Oromo Studies and the International Journal of Ethiopian Studies, Northeast African Studies, and the Journal of Black Studies and African Identities. His work has focused on the ethnic and national identities of Ethiopia and the cultural practices that have produced them. In addition, his work has centered on bridging the gaps between Oromo, Ethiopia, Africa, and Black studies. He's presently working on a manuscript entitled The Other Habesha, the Oromo, and the Creation of Modern Ethiopia from 1855 to 1913. Welcome, Dr. Brian Yates.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I had a PowerPoint presentation created. However, it's the second time I've talked at Howard and the second time my technology hasn't worked. Maybe it's a Morehouse man thing, I don't know. Sorry, again, well, Morehouse and Howard arrivals. So. All right, anyway, I've shortened my paper considering not only because many of the Oromo scholarship that I'm summarizing, the people who actually wrote them are here. In addition to that, Etena as well as Galema gave wonderful summaries. So here, I'm just going to be talking about the African-centered studies of Africa. But again, you can see the clear parallels between the two groups. A key component of ethnocentric or racist systems is the denial of humanity of the oppressed group. Both the continent of Africa and the Oromo people of Ethiopia and Kenya have been viewed by scholars as people without history. An important aspect of rationalizing slavery, Jim Crow, or later forms of oppression is denying the role of Africans and Black Americans in the making of history. The Ethiopian historical canon has also denied the Oromo contribution to Ethiopia's history. I argue that there are three significant parallels with the two struggles. One, the aforementioned denial of humanity. The second parallel is the manner by which both Oromo studies and Afrocentric studies render Africa and the Oromo. Three, how both Ethiopianists and Africanists respond to work utilizing African or Oromo-centered frameworks. These canons use similar tactics reconstructing the history of Africa or the Oromo, such as the creation of binaries, the emphasis on commonalities, and challenging assumptions in dominant geography. The response to both forms of scholarship is also remarkably similar. Critiques emphasize the close connection of Oromo scholars and those of African descent to the groups they study. Challenge the seriousness of the works, or, and this is the worst thing, ignore them altogether. The comparison of these struggles elucidate both the contribution and the challenge in reestablishing a corrective history of the Oromo or other African groups. Since the 16th century, the works of many European writers have discounted the historical impact of quote unquote Black Africa. In this history, civilization was solely a product of white, and all colored races are inferior. The populations of these areas are considered uncultured savages incapable of producing art, history, or civilization. Some of these people were brought to the Western Hemisphere as slaves, and views of their inherent inferiority were used as justification for their enslavement. These views continued through the American periods of Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and many would argue today. Beginning with Edward J. Blyden's 1877 work, Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race, and George Washington Williams' 1882 work, History of the Negro Race. African-American historians began rewriting the historical record to include the accomplishments of Black civilization and to demonize white civilizations for a wide, mostly Black American audience. Almost 100 years later, Oromo scholarship worked to accomplish the same goal. This rewriting largely began with Muhammad Hassan's The Oromo of Ethiopia and continues to this day. While the construction of Ethiopian's history is similar to African-American construction of world history, there are key differences that define the national struggles of each. The Oromo construction of Ethiopian history attempts to do two things. One, they problematize notions of the inherent superiority of Semitic groups in Ethiopia. Two, they set up Janus-like binaries of unified nations or races in opposition to each other. There's a similarity between the depictions of Africans in Western discourse and the Oromo in Ethiopia's discourse, and both canons work to make both the oppressed groups human. In the writing of world history, Afrocentrics emphasize Egypt as the mouthpiece of a culturally unified Africa. In essence, Egypt is recast not only as African, but is seen as all of Africa. Dr. Ben Jokanan uses Egyptian civilization for Africa's root of Western religions. For example, Dr. Ben argues that Moses was a Black African because he was born in Egypt, and that anyone who says he's wrong is a theological racist. He states his thesis that there could be no Judaism, Islam, or Christianity without Egyptian religion. He writes this book to not only prove that Blacks had civilization, but also to argue that traditional African religions should have equal standing with Western religions. While Afrocentric scholars attempt to attach themselves to world systems of thought, the Oromo-centric school attempts to separate not only themselves, but also the Abasha from any agency in world diplomacy. Recent works by Oromo-centric scholars have sketched out the boundaries of Oromia and have argued that the Abasha are newcomers, racially different from the Oromo, with origins in the Arab world. They are uncivilized foreigners, empowered by European capitalists who could not defeat the united Oromo nation without European assistance. To sum up, the presentation of both the Oromo-centric and Afrocentric forms of history allows us insight into the type of nations they intend to create. The Oromo-centric construction of history does two things. One, it presents Africa as possessing a history before its conquest by Europe, which instills pride in Black Americans who have been told that God ordained their enslavement and that they were savages before Europeans civilized them. Two, it puts a Black face on many of the elements of African American culture, specifically Christianity, Islam, writing, and civilization. Thus, Blacks can practice Christianity and not consider it a European religion. The Oromo-centric construction of history does the opposite in its construction. It presents an ancient history of the Oromo nation, but it does not put an Oromo face on many elements of Ethiopian culture, such as Islam, Habesha culture, and Christianity, and replaces the African Ethiopian face with a European or Arab face. It, however, reifies racist Semitic notions of Oromo and Habesha incompatibility, racially, culturally, and politically. The second session is talking about the binaries that the Oromo Center Scholarship and Afrocentric scholarships create. In the process of nation building, both schools split the world into two types of people, us and them. Both of these groups are unified in culture and politics. This strategy allows them to explain causality in history by utilizing static and homogeneous understandings of these groups. For the Oromo scholar, it is the Habesha, excuse me, and the Oromo. For the Afrocentric scholar, it is white or Arab and Black African. These binaries are used to understand world history as a battle of us versus them, which allow for a simple explanation such as decline of African civilization, colonialism, and slavery. Chancellor Williams' work produces the most explicit binary of Afrocentric historians. Initially, he attempts to segregate African traditional values from the impact of European age and cultures in order to find the pure African identity. He continues to argue that Africans must find their true identity and traditions in order to take their natural place as world leaders. He writes, an African is a member of the Black race, and from time immemorial, he was known as such by all people of the world. It should be noted that I write about the African people, not African peoples, as Western writers do. I'm dealing here with essentially one people, one race, if you please, the African race. To conclude this section, both Oromo-centric and Afrocentric schools create binaries in order to simplify history and to construct arguments that interpret world events that define identity. The colonization of Africa and the settlement of the Western Hemisphere is seen as indicative of static identities. Europeans and Asians as thieves of culture and land, and Africans as the moral, cultural, and political leaders of the world, who have been systematically conquered and victimized by an inferior and evil enemy. And again, here, you probably found something very, very similar in terms of the last few presentations. In terms of the Oromo construction of history, their binary place whites or Arabs with the Abasha, and the Oromo become the Africans. It also fosters an Oromo identity that is democratic, egalitarian, and morally superior to the Abasha. What is so dramatically surprising about the two canons is how the larger gatekeepers have responded to them. And here, there's almost like a playbook for how to discredit Afrocentric or Oromo-centric scholarship. First thing they do is they discredit the framework. And Afrocentrism becomes a disease, where it's mentioned in a review and it automatically discredits it. As Bucha puts it, however, the overriding fear is that a full expression of Oromo identity will mean the end of their power, as well as that of Ethiopia's present cultural and linguistic identity. Central to these responses is a simultaneous question of the scholarship, which is step 2, and an argument for Oromo history being an imaginary history. Marcus writes, Oromo scholarships fabricate a glorious history for the non-existing country, are so gross as to undermine any authority that the past has in helping resolve contemporary problems of Roma integration. In his critiques, Marcus denies the Oromo scholars of being intellectuals, the Oromo having a history, or the Oromo even having a nation. He continues in his review of Muhammad Hassan's Oromo of Ethiopia by stating, in his view, that Hassan's own scholarship reveal that the Oromo do not have a cohesive history, and that their history is quote unquote limited. Other critiques aren't as scathing or explicit as Marcus, but emphasize what Clapham describes as lurking behind the history is a sense of what the Oromo ought to become instead of what they are. This phrase is especially telling because it makes a Oromo-centered scholarship akin to the myths that legitimized the Solomons centuries earlier. Another theme is the argument that the Oromo-centered canon centers on an ahistoric conception of the Oromo, one that has no connection to the past. An especially interesting trend is that this view is mirrored by Ethiopianists who see themselves as Afrocentrics. Lastly, an even more dangerous response is that of indifference. Works that have come out in the last 4 or 5 years have not been reviewed at the same pace as works that have come out in the early 90s. Perhaps in the minds of many Ethiopianists, the canon has already been discredited, therefore no further criticism or review is needed. Afrocentric scholarship, due to the larger stage of the American Academy, has more chilly response than that of the Oromo, but again, remarkably similar. Critiques center on, this word again, mythology of the scholarship, and question the ability of the scholars. Over the last 2 decades, there's been an ongoing conversation about Afrocentrism, so I'm not gonna bore you all with it, but more recent works see this canon as everything but African history. They see it as faith, psychology, politics, myth, as nation building. They also emphasize the fact that Afrocentric history is written by those living in the diaspora, therefore illegitimate. They finally conclude saying that Afrocentric histories about Africa are in fact part of American history and not a part of African history. In this bizarre world, the scholars who are writing to create humanity in the Oromo or Africans are branded as racist ethnocentrics by racist ethnocentrics. And they do so because they don't want the dominant epistemologies challenged. And Oromo-centered scholarship and African-centered scholarship challenge these epistemologies. I'm going to end here with my possible critiques and directions for future scholarship. The main challenges to recreating history are threefold. First, the response here of the aforementioned critics. Second, the audience is a problem for both canons. We'll get to that in a second. Finally, the issues in the argument for creating humanity. And I'll get to that last as I conclude. The Afrocentric canon take on a populist approach that is directed at the masses of Black people. This approach is evidenced by writing styles, the choice of press, and the form of presentation, which is generally outside of academic presses. And so for example, I have a book over here that was originally started off as newspaper articles. Many of the early Afrocentric works were indeed pamphlets sold for a couple of pennies on the street corner. And again, here, the idea was to sell directly to Black masses of Americans. However, this, although it reached the Black audiences, it did not reach the white Africanists. And the result has been a white African audience who is completely ignorant of Afrocentric history. So much so that they forget that the pioneering Africanists were actually at Howard. People think that Herskowitz was a father of African history. In fact, it was William Leo Hansberry, who was a noted Ethiopianist who wrote about Ethiopians in Ebony magazine. And so here, in terms of what they say, I'll give you an example of the ways in which they write. This is coming from John Henry Clark's biography of Christopher Columbus. He writes, "The voyages of Columbus mark a starting point of world capitalism and the beginning of European colonial domination of the world. That is what the ruling powers want everyone to celebrate. But it hadn't gone down like that." The last sentence is especially telling for the intended audience. It is grammatically incorrect, but Clark's intent is not to writing a scholarly sentence. His intent is to connect directly to the masses of people. In sum, the audience reflects Afrocentric understandings of a Black nation, a nation that is comprised of the Black masses. While this movement may potentially be led by the intelligentsia, is significantly, if not completely, informed by the experience of common Black folk. In terms of the audience of Oromo-centered works, the question becomes, does one publish freely in a fine Oromo online, or does one publish in English in academic work? And here, both choices limit the audience of potential work. As I conclude, a key criticism of Afrocentric and Oromo-centric works is the claim that the degree of civilization is tied to cultural and political unity. So Laser writes, and I'll preach this because again, I know I talk fast. Culture, as we all know, is not permanently suspended in the midst of the remote past. It is a living, dynamic constellation of ever-changing social practices and processes, cognitive and concrete possibilities, moral and material imperatives, and social imaginations. And again, I repeat, a dynamic constellation of ever-changing social practices and processes. Here, both Oromo and African-centered scholarship are in complete agreement, and here is to the detriment of their claims of humanity. In both schools of thought, continuity and the whole are emphasized at the expense of the development and locality. Humankind has shaped and has been shaped by cultural, political, and geographical environment, and Africans or the Oromo are not an exception. In the quest for humanity, the Ghana system and the Nile Valley civilizations are the systems that unite Africans and Oromo across thousands of miles and years. The problem with this line of thinking is that it robs Africans and Oromo agency to change, a key component of humanity. Thus, when Africans or Oromos develop culturally, politically, in response to local experiences, they lose their Africanness or Oromoness because they fall out of the static, unified whole. This cosmology denies humanity as groups by holding them to a standard of continuity that works for cultural or political archetypes. But in terms of living, breathing human beings, it does not allow for change an essential component of humanity. In conclusion, the intent of this essay was not to critique nationalist histories of either the Afrocentric or the Oromocentric schools. Rather, it was in outlining the strategies that are utilized in the construction of history as a way to hopefully guide or help in the process of Oromo studies as to learn from the mistakes of an older canon with similar goals. I'll end here with a key response from Lefkowitz about Afrocentrism. Her argument is that Afrocentrics make up history to make Black students feel better, and it's her role as a gatekeeper, or she puts it as scholar and teacher, to rid Academy of these falsehoods. She states she is simply telling the truth, and again, we've heard this before, and does not acknowledge that the histories that the Afrocentric scholars were rewriting were exactly Janus-like. Instead of being physical history for whites, they become physical history for Blacks. W. Du Bois argues in his Propaganda of History, American children were taught three things in education. All Negroes are ignorant, all Negroes are lazy, dishonest and extravagant, and all Negroes are responsible for bad government. And here, it's fundamentally physical history for whites. In conclusion, while the Oromo and that of the Africa generally have successfully proven their humanity, their question and response bring key challenges. Perhaps the most troubling to the dominant discourse is the explicit challenge to their epistemologies and assumptions. And here, while many remark that their histories are emotional, mythological, or unserious, these claims reflect not the distance between serious scholarship and Oromocentric scholarship. They remark the difference between Eurocentric scholarship and Oromocentric scholarship. Thank you.
We're running out of time, so we're just gonna actually accept a couple of questions. While people line up, I have some announcements. Couple of questions, please. If you have comments, maybe you can direct it to them after. So the three. I'll make the announcement real quick and you can answer the question. The announcement is General Assembly meeting. It will be at 8 o'clock for people who are members of OSA. There's General Assembly at 8 p.m. And also please take note, we have Oromo Cultural Night tonight, and all of you are invited. And it's called Bilisumma Oromo Cultural Night. All of you are invited to come and support the Oromo artists who are here. Thank you. And I'll let you go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thank you very much. In the first place, I would like to thank all of you for fascinating presentation. My first question is directed to all of you. As you all know, storytelling is good and documentation of history is also good. At the same time, storytelling, if it is not backed by the action and implementation, is also dangerous. Is it not this time, particularly for Oromo people, to have a paradigm shift from storytelling to implementation or action-oriented as far as what is happening to our community in terms of killing, raping, jailing, and disappearing of our people? Are we not action-oriented, a permanent paradigm shift from storytelling to implementation? Secondly, my question is directed to Dr. Nguluma as a leader of Oromo in North America. 5 years ago, we were so happy about the united of purpose for our political parties. Is that unity is also part of storytelling, or do you have at your capacity to tell us what those leaders are doing? Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm saying the last part directly is directed to you. I was asking 5 months ago, all our political leaders, maybe the 4 major parties, are signed about the unity of purpose, alliances to work together towards the Oromo struggle. do you, with your capacity as a leader of Oromo, North American or Oromo leader, a North American leader, do you have any information about their unity of purpose, or is it part of, as usual, storytelling? Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Maybe if I, it's kind of an echo, and I don't think I heard clearly, but if I missed it, please remind me so that I can correct it. But I think maybe taking the last question first, I think you are asking me about the unity of the political leaders and relation to the community that I'm involved in right now. Is that what you are asking me? Information. Well, that's very. I can give you a very short answer in that. I don't think I have any information that's not revealed to all of you or the majority of you, or because I get my information almost the same source from all of you get. I'm not. Yes, I've been working for about a year, more than a year now, as the chair of the Oromo communities, board chair of the Oromo communities. There are several Oromo community leaders working with us. I have regular communication with them. I don't have any direct communication. I think I can say that publicly. Any direct communication with the political leaders, not because I don't want.
Can we
to
make
have.
it short? We're going off topic.
Yeah. So I don't. In short, I don't have any privileged information I can share with you. But like all of you, I'm concerned about the lack of unity and good communication between all of us, whether community leader or political leader. Maybe some of them do have good communication or share information, but publicly we don't know much. But as the previous members of the previous panel said, this is very important. That's what we expected from all the political leaders and all community leaders. This is what our people expect from us, that we have to come together, we have to work together.
Thank you, Dr. Guillermo.
So that's all I can say. Yeah.
Okay. So can you limit your questions to one question, please? We're running out of time. Just one question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, let me start by thanking for presenting this great work. Thank you, all of you. Really, I don't like history from the beginning because of distracted history, right? But today you made me love history. Especially, thank you, Dr. Daniel and Chana Habte for presenting such wonderful presentation. And before that, thank you, Brian. It's more important to have you, people like you here, rather than having thousands of Oromo here, because to share the pain that the Oromo people are facing.
Can you go ahead and ask the question? We're
Yes,
running out of time.
I come
please.
to the question, yes. So my question is for Daniel. You said that you raised the Madele, the giant. I'm really wondering if the Madele of the giant is the ancestor of the Oromo, or somehow related to the Oromo, or who are they? Thank you.
To answer your question in a very short way, the Madele were the Oromo, and they're just like the Harusi, the Mecha, or the Borana, or the Waradai. That's the simplest answer, and they were the Oromo.
Last question.
Yeah, my question is, I wonder, Kush, Kush I know, popular among Hebrew, Christian, and Muslim. All of you, if you read the Bible, chapter 9, Genesis chapter 9 and chapter 10, it tells that Cush is cursed, hated, devil, black, and so many other everything bad. They put on the top of the. Is that makes us proud when they invent this to enslave black people of Africa, which do not have any relation with the people of Middle East. Where you get? Give me one answer among all of you. Where do you get Kush rather than from the Torah and the Bible and the Quran? That's my question.
Who is it?
Was it a comment? Does anybody want to answer that particular question?
I will try. I would say that one of the things that Oromo scholarship and African studies scholarship tends to do is challenge these sources, where again, what gives the Bible, the gospel, the unquestioned understanding about the world? And I think we have to challenge these things because these things don't make rational sense, and these things are created, as you mentioned, to have a rationalization for oppression. Therefore, people from Kush or whatever, I mean, people say it's Noah's son that laughed at him, caused the enslavement of people of African descent. And here we must challenge these things because, again, who's to say that the Bible is the last word on world history? And so here, that's what we have to do. We have to challenge all these primary sources to not be forms of oppression, but rather forms of understanding of world history.
Just to add to this, the old interpretation about Cush being the black and the cursed has been overturned by entirely new Hebraic and Jewish sources. So that the old version does not really apply today in any historiographic or sociological interpretations.
Very quickly, I know we just to reinforce what.
I'm gonna have to cut this one off too as well, please.
Yeah,
because you have this panel has gone over its limited time by 14 minutes, so I'm gonna have to cut it right now. Thank you very much, though, because of the issues that you've raised. Very good issues, interesting papers. Thank you all. We don't get all the answers. We raise questions and we challenge, and out of here we will find out. Ruben, the rest of us could have that conversation afterwards.
We left out one important announcement. If you haven't bought your raffle tickets for the Oromo art painting that Yadesa Boja has done, we have 2 paintings. We have a raffle ticket for $20. They're going around selling raffle tickets, $20. You get a chance to win Oromo art done by Yadesa. So go ahead and buy your raffle tickets for $20 if you haven't done so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will directly go to the next panel, but before that, may I get your attention? Obotarfa Dibaba, longtime leader of Oromo Relief Association, has passed. Please let me get your attention. So let's stand up and have a minute of silence in remembrance of Obotarfa Dibaba, who passed today. Just 1 minute. It's a minute of silence, please. Okay, let's get started. Thank you. Okay, the next panel is on art and poetry and film and images. I hope that it is going to be as interesting as the panels that we had. Gifty Paulos is the chair and the panelists. Please come forth and let's get started. Panelists, please come forward, please. Yep.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Hello and welcome. Everyone doing okay? Everyone having a wonderful afternoon thus far? Okay, well, before we get started, I know you guys have been sitting for a while. Let's just stand up and let's just stretch for a little bit. Yeah, let's just stretch a little bit. I know it's a presentation, but I think it's okay to just stretch a little bit. Okay, great. Now you guys can have a seat. Thank you so much. All right, hello and welcome to the Art, Poetry, Literature, and Technology panel. My name is Gifty Palos, and I will be the chair for this session. I'm excited to hear our panelists' presentations. Before each speaker begins, I will read a short bio, a very short bio. And then afterwards, while they're speaking, I will be letting them know that they have 5 minutes left, 1 minute, and then time's up. So be sure to listen to what I have to say. And so first, we're going to start out with Mr. Sagai Tasama. So I'm going to read a short biography on him. And then after everyone speaks, we're going to have a 5-minute Q&A. So let's go ahead and get started. Mr. Sagai Tasama Tola completed his bachelor's degree in Oromo language and literature in 2006 from Haramaya University. He is currently a PhD candidate at Addis Ababa University, focusing on Oromo and African literature, specifically on Oromo oral literature. And today his presentation will be on the literary response to ethnicity and human rights violation in Ethiopia, an insight into Oromo socio-political and cultural perspective. Let's welcome Mr. Sagai Tasama.
Okay, I'm very much delighted to participate on 30th anniversary of OSA. And I'm grateful that it was my dream to participate, and I achieved that dream today. So I'm very much delighted. I will directly go to my topic because of the short of time. So the topic, as you see, is literary responses to human rights violations in Ethiopia. And my focus is on Oromo socio-political and cultural perspectives. So first, I'll go to the background. The general purpose of my study, the general objective is to study the textual and contextual functions of literature. This, if I go back to scholars' work, is studying literature from the point of view of its function, contextual function, started in the 1960s, as many scholars state. So today, I would like to just take some examples, very brief examples, and try to show the use of literature, how the Oromo people use, how my nation uses literature to react to the human rights violations in Ethiopia, specifically in Oromia region. So The Ethiopian government uses, as all of us know, that Ethiopian government uses forces against the peaceful Oromo protesters. This is fact, this is known. It is undeniable fact that Ethiopian government have been suppressing, oppressing, and dominating the largest ethnic group in the region. It is known that Oromo is not the only ethnic group that has been suppressed in the country, but the degree of suppression surpasses, that of Oromo surpasses others. So, the forces, the security forces, the federal police and the military have arrested, have been arresting and still arresting Oromo nations, the students, the health workers, the teachers, the scholars in the country. I am the data. I am the witness. I am the eyewitness. I did not hear it, but I experienced it. I saw it. And I just arrived 3 days ago. I've been in the country up to this time, just 3 days ago. So the fresh data, the first-hand information for these problems, I've been living there. And the so-called the special zone, I've been living there. I see when houses are distracted for the so-called, for the sake of the investment, in the name of the investment. The Ethiopian government, in the name of investment, distracts, destroys the houses, the residents of Oromo ethnic group. And now they are homeless. Most of them are homeless. So this is paradox, you know. The rich has become the poor, and the poor has become the rich. So my research questions, would you please go to who is in charge of this? Go to the research questions. The first one are fictional responses to mass violence, more or less convincing testimonials than non-fictional ones. That was the questions I've been raising when I was studying this text, this study, when I was conducting this study. How does testimony to mass violence in literature differ from such testimony in court? There are many testimonies in literature, in court, newspapers, history books, documentary films. Can a poet be a reliable witness to mass violence in the country? How does a narrative both shape and contest establish political identities in the country? How does the people, how do the public use narrative to publicize, to make it access to the global context, to the global world? That was the questions I've been raising. And directly, I will skip over the methods because it's known that I've been using an analytical approach. I've been using indirect observation. I've been using interviews, but the respondents are not willing to give me or to display their names because of the research ethics. Because they will be victims if I just know their names to be accessed by others. So, sorry. Then I will go to results and discussions, please. Go to the results and discussions. What are the human rights violations so far observed in the region, in Ethiopian country in general, and specifically in Oromia region? So far in the country, the massacres of Anuak community that took place in the 2003, we know this. And the massacres and mass arrests that took place following the 2005 elections. The mass killings of civilians in the Somali region, the dismantling of the incipient private print media, the near banning of NGO through the NGO law. The killings and systematic persecution of members of the larger Oromo community, the Oromia land grabbing, that is the so-called Addis Ababa Integrated Master Plan, has grabbed land from Oromo farmers. The mass killings and the imprisonment of Oromo school children, university students, as a counter protest. Studying these oral narratives, studying the Oromo literature, both oral and written, one can learn that, one can use it as a weapon to this aggression, to this oppression. The Oromo respond through literary works to the political, social, and economic realities of any period. The Oromo has been doing this so far. It did this in the past, and Oromo is doing this at present, and Oromo will use literature to react to this injustice, to the Ethiopian government's injustice. Another point what is worth mentioning is the use of folk poetry. The Oromo uses. Would you just show that the one poem in Oromo, written in Oromo there? Yeah, please, back. Benya ya benya, enough to gumaan barattoota keenya, yaa Oromo jabeeffadhu irree, master pilaanii waanuman jirree. This is sung at Recha just this last year. In the first line, if you see the line from literary point of view, let me say that the poem is attractive, that it is written in rhymes. That benya ya benya, when they sing, benya, benya is compensation. Benya, there is no compensation for human life. There is no fair compensation for the lost human life. So the people are singing, the folk are singing at this Recha ceremony. As you very well know, Recha is the annual ceremony that Waaqeffannaa have been conducted there annually. So if you go to the second line, hinaftu gumaan barattoota keenya, that hinaftu gumaan barattoota keenya is that we will revenge for the loss of our students' life. That is, they directly reacted to this government's injustice at the Recha ceremony. Then the third and the fourth line, Ya Oromo jabeeffadhu irree, master plaaniin waanuman jirree. You Oromo, be strengthened, be united. That you don't have to accept a master plan. That is nothing to accept. This poem indicates that Oromo generation is determined. Oromo generation, the new generation, particularly the new generation is the Ero generation. Okay, I'm about to finish. So this master plan, it will be rather called master killer because it's killing our people. It is a master killer because it is eradicating our people. So let me just directly go to this conclusion because I have to leave some minutes for discussion. Okay, prose narratives, verses, and dramas were found to be the major genres, the major literary types used by the Oromo, indirectly or directly addressing, reacting to the state violence. The results show great gap of political consciousness between the past and the present Oromo generation, particularly during the last 25 years. This is due to improvement in Oromo social media coverage that brings together the ground and the online together. If you refer back to the Addis Standard, I've been reading this article, and it is a very wonderful article about this new generation, that the new generation is connected to the rural. The new generation, the social media connects the rural to the online. The urban and the rural areas are interconnected through the use of social media. Even the farmers have great awareness about the situation because every day they get the political situation of the country. So findings have also shown that there is a connection in the interdisciplinary nature of literature, sociology, politics, and law. Go to the last. Yeah, let us join the global movement to liberate Oromo. Oromia shall be free. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sagai, for your presentation. Now we will have Ms. Perry Clem, who is a full professor in the field of art history at California State University, Northridge. Her work examines the cultural expressions of identity among the Oromo. In the fall, she has a sabbatical to work full-time developing African art content for the Khan Academy. And today she will be presenting on Oromo ceremonies in film. Welcome, Ms. Clem.
Thank you, Gifty. Afternoon, everyone. I'm going to do something different than I normally do, which is to talk at you with a paper. I'm going to show you some video. And this is video that I took in 2000 in the town of Jarso. If we could bring up the PowerPoint. I recorded about 9 ceremonies and rituals over a course of several days in Jarso in the year 2000. I'm only showing you just a few seconds. You can imagine that these ceremonies went on for quite a long time. And what I'd like to start out with is explaining that they were mostly reenactments, meaning that many of them are no longer practiced. But I asked the people there, what rituals do you think are significant in terms of your nationalist cause, in terms of your Oromo identity? And these are the ones that they chose to have me record. Again, I'm just going to show you a couple seconds of each, and then I'll come back and analyze a few of the verses in those songs. The reason I'm doing this really is threefold. First and foremost, I would like to begin to have a discussion around a digital database where we can start assembling Oromo images about cultural expressions, Oromo video that will be relevant for people. I also think that this material is particularly important right now. Yes, it was filmed 16 years ago, but what they're saying, what they're talking about with land and sovereignty and dignity and suppression is very, very relevant. So I'm thinking it might be useful to get it out there. And then lastly, I really think it's important because it demonstrates an Oromo resilience, a Oromo sense of oneself that really is hard to see otherwise. And if you think about this region where this was filmed, it's one of the very earliest places for Islam to come. Then the Egyptians came, the Turco-Egyptians, for 10 years. Then it was Abyssinian colonization. So during this entire period of time, these foreign forces were very much trying to eradicate a sense of Oromo identity, whether that was through costume or dress or language. And yet, it is so rich in these ceremonies still, despite these decades of suppression. So again, we'll come back to this in just a minute. I'll go ahead and show you. It's just about 9.5 minutes. Again, you're just seeing a little bit of each one. If possible, we could turn that light off. If not, it's okay. And we should have volume too. So as he's getting the volume ready, I'll just ask you to notice that that man is holding a whip, and they're assembled and they're talking about Wadaja. They're praying for the birth of a boy, but they're also reenacting the Gada assembly. We had the volume earlier, so it should come in just a minute. I really wanted you to hear what they were saying, so maybe we can even go back. The men are sitting here in a circle. The women are gathered behind them. There was a call and response going back and forth between the men and the women. And if you wouldn't mind just going back to the beginning. Great, thank you.
Dokalen anu nu agela nu hatau. Dokal kenyele agela nu hatau. Ballan kenyele nu har. Dejalale nu hadage. Nu hadage. Grabem. Grabem. Grabem.
This was performed during Gada to show bravery. This is why he's acting like this. It's to show bravery. Just
Oromo muda tekana gabata kana fayita kana la lifti muda la gayati gamma akana gamma te gatte waka yola ga Allah waka yola ga Allah waka andai waka ombohi Adaan Oromoo Haamagar, Adagai, Eewwasaa Rabbi haa qabu, Waraanaa Rabbi haa deebisu, Usri namaa Rabbi haa dhaamu, Isaa Rabbi haa dhaamu, Itoophiyaa, Shimgod. Billi kanna kaya, bani kanna kaya, Oromoon tanna kaya. Namaan daraari, Abdul Oli Buli, Lalis Yamalle Maidi, Maidi Lati, Ajan Nagaya, Electugatin Nagaya, Adema Hamijamar bin Rahakab, Adema Hamijamar bin Rahakab, Pilaka bin Hagot, Waka Imarata Pahegate, Marta Parabilaga, Angale, the Kamna Binabio. Wadanya Harapi, the Hada, you had a Utubad apa tu bayar dirabiyahun, ajar ada tadi, adu negara nu bati, kalam ni kan negara tadi, dan kali kan negara tadi, gal kan negara tadi, dirabiyahun, kun zik, dah baca. Irbuudhaan namni ulee gala biqaman dhaabbate wal ajjeesuun hin jiru jechuudha. Amma hogganamaa wal neef kaani galla. Obboleeyyan lamaan maddicha akkana walii hidheeti salaama waliin. Akaajima fixuudhaaf malee mana Raffisaa. Raffisaa jechuudha. Aya. Hogganuutiin maayaan hoo. Allah magan Allah. Ulee nagayaa keenya namni keenya isin. Kan namni raadue harka laatina waan akka ta'e walii irbuudha. Heerri dhaabbate labii qaba fudhanne dhageessanii. Simaa boluu deemi. Afaanonni beekayyaa Oromoo raadiyoo jiruudha. Siyaachis maal. Siyaachis maal. Ono eenyu kan Allah. Udah Maria. Kata bayu lihat ini. Itulah mana nama. Oh itu kata itu. Apa tu? Roll bu masalah. Itu. Thank you. Oh dari jiwa. Oh ini pak
We could have the PowerPoint back up. So there were many things that were said during those ceremonies. I'm just going to point out a few of them. If you could go to the next slide, if you can read those from your seat. So the things that they were saying, this was recorded specifically in Wadajan Bunakala. The Oromo sit under the shade of the Oda tree again. So a prayer for bringing back Oda, for bringing back Gada, for bringing back self-rule. We shall get back, or we will acquire our justice. We shall see the light. May God uplift or support those who sacrifice for the Oromo. Let the peace prevail for the Oromo, east to west. Let the Oromo enemy be broken. Let the Oromo win and become the owners of their labor and land. Let Oromo justice be found and prevail. Let those who work or worked for Oromo happiness be blessed. Let the Oromo military come back. Let a fool become smarter and know our problem. So I wanted to bring this in because I thought this was a good time for maybe some reinforcement and a sense that a lot of these issues and ideas are very much embedded in these cultural practices that are still very much a part of these communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clem. Okay. Mr. Bekan Guluma Arena is an Oromo writer who has published and edited several Oromo publications. In 2015, he was the recipient of the Scholar at Risk Award given by the Hutchins Center for African and African American Studies Center at Harvard University, where he completed his project entitled The Oromo Students' Demands for Justice and Democracy and Violent Repression by the Ethiopian Government. And he's now currently looking for his next scholarly project. So we would like to invite Mr. Bekan to do his presentation called Responding to Oppression Through Literature, Oromo Quest for Freedom.
Baay'ee galatoomaa amma afaanichumaan gara Oromiyaatti isin fuudhee galagaan amma afaanuma isin keessatti dhalattan sanaanii takka irraa gasha. Kanani irratti dhiyeessuu haala balaaleffannaa ogbarruu Oromoo yookiin oguma Oromoo beekumsa Oromoon qabu akkaataa inni itti faccifannaa garbummaa yookaan immoo aadaa keenya keessa beekumsi jiru akka inni itti waan hamaa isarratti dhufu, lafa isaarratti dhufu, mana isaarratti dhufu, dhala isaarratti dhufu akkaataa inni itti didaa ture isa kana afoola Oromoo isa dura arganne utuu gara barreeffamaatti dhufiin isa arganne irraa ka'eetanii gara oguma barreeffamaatti isin fida. Egaa akkuma beektanii barreen gaddaa yeroo akkasii kanaan gara biyyaatti gadda guddaarraa barumsarraa hojiirraa ari'amee oosaan garuu waggaadhuma kana keessa yeroo akkasii kanaa awaardii anaaf kenne ture. Achi taa'ee suuqa tokko taa'ee tallaayivii ilaala ture. Gammachuu guddaatu natti dhaga'amee har'a immoo isin dura akka ittiin dhaabadhee isin argee hayyoota beektolii qabnu akka hawwii kootti beektolii kana ammuma pileenii tokko ajajadhee dachaasee fuudhee dhaqee Oromiyaatti naqee yuunivarsiitii Oromiyaa keessa naqee itti fayyadamna ta'e kan natti tolu isin dura dhaabadhee akka ittiin waa dubbachuu danda'u kootii fi hedduun gammada. Egaa mata dureen irratti dubbadhu haala diddaa ogbarruun Oromoo yookiin oguma jenna nuyi. Sababiin isaa oguma Oromoo kanatu isa kaan gara waan afaaniin dubbatamuutti qoodee isa kaan immoo gara waan katabbiidhaan darbuu yookiin barreeffamaan darbuu. Yeroo katabbiidhaan jennu seenaa barreessuu dandeenya, asoosama ta'uu danda'a, walaloo ta'uu danda'a, tiyaatira, do'ii, fiilmii adda addaa ta'uu danda'a. Afaan gaafa jennu jetteedhaan oduu durii abbaan daa'ima barsiisu akaakayyuu akaakileedhaa walitti daddabarsaa dhufne mammaaksa keenya ibboo beekumsa achi keessa jiru geerarsa faaruu waan kana tuttuquudhaaf kan itti gammadu barsiisota koo waan kana cimsanii na barsiisan lama of gidduudhaa qabaachuudha. Tokko Profeesar Asaffaa Tafarraa Dibaabaa barsiisaa koo yeroo hunda na barsiisuuf illee carraa hin arganne keessumattuu poost giraajuweetii irratti MA yeroon baradhu nurraa almee qaaqanii hidhaa buusuu ammoo deebi'ee dhufee nu barsiisaa ammoo hidhaatti darbatu utuma jedhu garuu guyyaa tokkitti kutaa inni galee nu barsiisu qofaadhaan kan waggaa tokko ol beekumsa isarraa waraabbachaa nama turre lubbuudhaan iddoo kanatti argachuu koo guddaan waaqatti gammada. Profeesar Asaffaan egaa nuu dubbatu waa'ee isaanii utuun barreessee natti tola amma asitti dubbachuurra. Profeesar Dhugoon digirii koo jalqabaa jimmatti na barsiisanii hayyuu guddaa afaan Oromoo yeroo itti barsiisuun isaa nama qaanessu fakkaatu keessa dhaabataniitu waa baay'ee carraa baay'ee gatanii dhufanii nu guddisaa turan yeroo sana ani barataa isaaniin ture ilma isaanii har'a isaan biraa isaan cina dhaabadhee yeroon dhiyeessu hinuu natti gammadu yaada ilma isaanii kanatti. Egaa afoolli keenya nama ja'atti qooda. Nambis ja'a jedha naannaa keenyatti afoolli dubbatamu tokko. Mee afoola kanaan bifa walalootiin isinitti hima. Mootiin mukaa waa sadii jedha. Ulaagaa muka bokkuu, hoomii muka waaqayyoo, baddeessaa muka faachaa, muka arbaa laga keessaa, yaqottoo siifa nawwee, irra deebi abiddaa jedha. Mootiin saawwaa waa sadii afoola keenya kun. Korma gaanaaf jaallatu ameessani elmatu qotiyyoonni qotatu maseena hudduu dibbee yaa haaduu siifanawwee irra deemi yaa billaa billaan kun keenya taatus ta'uu baatus afoolli jedheera. Mootiin namaa waa sadii see kana na dhaggeeffadhaa. Mootiin namaa waa sadii beekaa dubbiif jaallatu goota mirgaaf abdatu arjaa qonqof eeggatu dabeessa hudduu dibbee yaabu saasiifanawwee irra deebi'aa jedha. Oromoon akkaataa afoola isaa keessatti yeroo qoodu gootatti, beekaatti, arjaatti qooda. Beekaa, goota, arjaa. Isaan kana wal faana qooda malee Oromoon Arsii Shawaa Wallaggaatti qoodee kilaasifikeeshinii akkasii kennee iyyuu hin beeku. Inni kun isa nuyi booda kana fudhanneedha. Gootni hojii gootummaa akka hojjetu gootni hojii gootummaa akka hojjetu beekaan hojii beekumsaa akka hojjetu beekumsa oomishee akka kennu gootni immoo beekumsa sanatti akka fayyadamu arjaan immoo arjummaa isaatiin qabsoo akka utubu mana akka utubu saba akka utubu isaan kanaaf qooda Oromoon akkaataa akkasiitiinidha qooda kan keenya garuu sana fakkaata utuun bal'ista ta'e obboleessu dhiyoorma kana waa'ee jaal kiyyoo halakee gaafan ilaalu waa tokkotu natti dhaga'ama waa'ee goota namni kun namni egaa kuffisaa kufaa booji'amaa booji'aa waan kana keessa darba miti qabsoo Oromoo keessatti namni kun harka diinaa jira. An yeroo inni itti qabamee miidiyaa hawaasaatiin argu isa jalqabaa kana ajaa'ibsiifadhee miilla isaatti kophee inni kaa'atu wayyaa inni uffatu garaa isaa achi hooqqatee jiru sana. Arjaa dhabuu Oromoon arjaan nama kana goota kana iddoonni jirutti gootummaa isaatiin cimsee dhaabuu dadhabuu arjaan Oromoo callisuu kan nutti agarsiisu suuraan sun ofiin dubbata tunaa bal'istee natti tola. Egaa yeroon keenya akka nan istu obboleettiin keenya waan ta'eef fiiguun narra jiraata waan kun deebi'ee na amaleeffateera. Egaa Oromoon balaaleffannaa isaa afoola mootii isaan taane ofirraa darbachuu keessatti afaanii walitti dabarsaa ture. Akkas jira ture bara Jaanooyi yoon achis hin deebise mootummaa sadaffaa garagarasiitti. Atarii buqqisaa lakkoofsaa wajjinii Jaanoo kuffisaa Jaanooyin kuffisaa gubboosaa wajjinii yookaan sobasaa wajjinii kan jedhu afoola uummata Oromoo keessaa waa'ee Jaanoo irratti waan barreeffame hawaasa keessa waan funaanne kumaatama qaba iddoo kanatti carraan argadhuuf malee. Utaalee gara dargiitti yoon isin geesse lafa jennaan kennine nama jennaan ergine humna keenyaan hin teenye wanta nuti barbaannu tasa garaan hin geenye kan jedhu waan hedduutu jira. Hamma yoomiitti mangeen akkas godhee ilmaan keenya akkas godhee ilmaan keenya ficcisiisee afoola hedduutu jiru. Kana qofa miti gaafa gara iddoo ammaatti deebitan immoo waa'ee mallasaan waa'ee wayyaaneetiin wal qabatee afoola hedduutu hayyuun keenya Piroofeesar Asaffaan waa'ee seenaa afoola Oromoo salaalee wal qabsiisee waan dheeraa hojjetetu dubbistanii natti tola deezerteeshinii sana. So kanatu jira gaa isa kana qofaa miti amma sirba isaanii keessatti yeroo afoolaan dabarfatan karaan Arsii baabura fiigsisaa warra OPDO wayyaanee doorsisaa jedhu. Amma akka ittiin sirbi kun namoonni walitti siqanii afoola kana yeroo isaan itti dubbatan baay'eetu jiru. Egaa haala tokkummaa geerarsa isaatiin kana qofa miti Oromoon kan inni jiru. Yeroo tokkoomuu yeroo walirratti dirmachuu walii dhufuu yeroo akkasii kana gudayyaan koo korannaan itti ayyaannaa birmatee illaamuutti iyyannaan jaarsoon koo sinaa birmatee raayyaa kootti himannaan keekkuun koo naa dhaabbatee abboonnootti iyyannaan billoon birmatee aariyaan luxaa dhufee diinni kofoon of guutee noonnoo caaqaa gameessaa riqaa jaaree ceesisaa riqaa seenaa shanan gibee xannacha muree koobee iluu ilma baabooraa eenyummaa isaatti eenyummaaf dhiiga sooraa leeqaa laaqiin hin nyaatu sibuu seenaaf abdatu. Akkaataa itti sabni kun walii dhufee tokko ta'ee wal gargaaree wal utubee ejjennoo tokkoon waan barbaachisu ofirraa galagalchuudhaaf akka waliin komanne. Egaa akkuma kana immoo roorroo himannaadhaaf jinfuu malee qabannee bakara gabaa geedoo yeroo malee dhalannee jabana bixaan bixoo jedhu amma miira isaa jabana kun nuun taane akkaataa akkasiitiin kalaqaanis waan baay'eetu jira. Waa baay'ee yeroo ammaa kana keessumattuu kumaatamaan walaloowwan kalaqamanii ba'an yoo walitti qabnee ilaallee keessaa waan miidiyaa hawaasaarraa waan shamarreen tokko barreessite hiikasaa utuu yeroo arganne irratti dubbanne akkas jedha yoom buuta galaanichi jetti namni biiftuu nagoo urjii jedhamtu tokko. Hin roobu siin caamusi bokkeenyi baranaa hognee rooba keessaa dadhabne jaranaa hinuma dhageenya sagalee mandisuu ni didicha malee roobee lafan jiisuu guyyaarraa tittiif hawrii dukkaneessee ol jechuu nu dhowwee ifa duu dhoksee tiifee caamee wal sassaabee dhufaa bubbisee cabbiidhaan urgufaa karfaffuunis kunoo keenyan manaa diige cabbii goggogaadhaan saggoon keenya dhiige garuu yoo milaataa kan galaanni guutee dhagicha fonqolchuu kosii raqaa guuree boollicha mogogsuu jedhe. Argitanii akkaataa itti roorroo amma bokkaatti duumessatti dhagicha yaabbatee irra taa'etti fakkeessanii dhaloonni amma akkaataa isaanitti asoosama keessaa sutuun fuudhee yeroo argadhee kana hunda dubbadhee lakkoofsa hin qabu. Haa ta'u malee seenaa balleessitoonni akkaataa isaanitti seenaa balleessan daqiiqaa 5 si hafee naan jedhan. Egaa amma gara kanatti hin darba. Akkaataa isaanitti barreessan kitaaba xinnoo kana qabdu laata manni kitaabaa keenya boostanii ayyaantu badhaadhaa jedhamti isheetti kuusee iddoo biraatti kan hin arganne dhufeen achitti argataa jira. Rabbi umurii ishee falaatu. Waa'ee seenaa nama kanaa achirratti guddisee akka ilaalchisu gaafa nurratti kataban amma barreessitoonni keenya isa irra ture kana ofirraa kaasu. Kanaaf keessumattuu hayyoota lama xiinxala kitaaba isaanii qabadhee fudhadhee kanan as ba'eef namoota keenya dhugaa kabaja guddaa kan isaanii qabnu Piroofeesar Makuriyaa fi Piroofeesar Mahammed Hasen. Oosaan akka waliigalaatti oomisha beekumsaa isaan oomishan waan tokko lama jennee dubbanneef hin dhumiti. Haa ta'u malee Piroofeesar Gulummaan Silaa Qaataa waa baay'ee irraa dubbateera waa'ee hayyoota kanaa waan ta'eef. Haa ta'u malee Piroofeesar Makuriyaan waan gurguddaa inni kaa'e keessaa kitaaba isaa kana kutaalee gurguddoo afurii fi boqonnaa 14tti qoodee akkaataa inni itti duubee yookiin haala irraa ka'e malleen kaayyoo inni itti fayyadamee xiinxala yaadnaalee adda addaa inni itti gargaarame adda addaa kutaa adda addaa keessatti keessumattuu waa'ee waaqeffannaa waa'ee seenaa wal makee akkaataa itti abashoonni waa'ee seenaa Oromoo dhabamsiisanii bakka buusanii keessumattuu mana amantaa mana qaalluu ijaarsa kaabaa yookaan kan Oromoon qabu hunda iddoodhaa kaasanii iddoo sana immoo dhaabanii lafa Oromoo akkaataa isaanitti hiratan waan hedduusaa walitti qabsiisee Profeesarri kun kaa haa ta'u malee keessumattuu maqaan akaakayyuu isaatii maqaa keenya kan fakkaatu seenaa balleessitoota kanaaf deebii laachaa akka jiran hayyoonni keenya waa baay'ee argitu asirraa. Egaa xiinxala isaanii miidiyaa hawaasaa biraatiin yoo keenye wanti guddaan keessumattuu akkaataatti afaan kun seenaan kun dadhabaa jiru targeted ta'ee systematical karaa ta'een immoo mootummaan ammaa afaan dadhabsiisaa akka jiru beeksisoolee adda addaa ragaawwan jiran hunda kana argisiisuun ni danda'ama ture. Haa ta'u malee yaada mariidhaaf wal nuka kaasu jedhee ani yaadu ogbarruun Oromoo gama miidiyaalee Oromootiin xiinxaloonni kitaaba kanaa miidiyaadhaan bayanuu taa'uu dhabuun dhaabni yookiin dhaabbileen afaan Oromoo dhimma Oromoo dhimma oguma Oromoo afoola Oromoo ogbarruu Oromoo muuziqaa Oromoo xiinxaluuf to'atu ijaaramuun dhabuun keenya golli Oromoo utuu sakattaame kitaabawwan seenaa bilchina qaban kana mana keenya keessaa dhabuun keenya gama ogummaa yookiin dirree qo'annoo dirreerra jirruutiin waa gumaachuu dhabuu keenya yoo xinnaate amma warri Abashaa kana nurra keessullee teenya seenaa keenya hammana hawaasaaf darbanne bor seenaa ta'e akka galmaa'u ta'uusaa daa'imman Oromoo manni kitaabaa Oromiyaa keessa jiru kitaabota seenaa namaa sammuu namaa balleessan qofa malee waan qulqulluu qo'annoodhaan akka itti dhiyaate dhabuusaa yuunivarsiitii 30 ol biyya Itoophiyaa keessa jiru kitaabolee nu barsiisan dhabuu kun hundumtuu kan nama yaachisudha. Egaa yoo xinnaate Oromoo qawwee binneen biyya gashuun illee yoo dadhabame kitaaba gashitanii kan dhaloonni ittiin qaramu dhaloonni dargaggoonni miliyoona hedduu ta'an Oromiyaa keessaa beekumsa dheebotanii kan kanaan dura irratti fe'ame dubbisaa warra jiran jalaa bilisa ba'uudhaaf sammuu bilisoomsuudhaaf kitaabota binnee biyyatti yoo erginellee kun bilisummaa caalu ta'uusaa wal hubachiisuudhaa fi galatoomaa ulfaadhaa yeroo koo malee fiigaa jira waan ta'eef.
Thank you, Mr. Bekan. Mr. Fakadu Magarsa is the president and owner of NextGen IT Solutions, a family-owned IT consulting firm. He is also the founder of Ayantu.com, an independent blogger website that focuses on Oromos at home and abroad. He's also one of the founders of the Madawalabu Media Foundation, or Oromo Voice Radio, and is currently serving as a member of the board of directors of the foundation. Mr. Bayene Robi received his Master of Arts in Teaching from George Washington University. He currently is a high school teacher in DC and Maryland and has taught Kube since 2004. He is currently working on Project 58 with a team of Kube and Afan Oromo professionals. So we welcome Mr. Bayene and Mr. Fakadu, who will be presenting on Afan Oromo via digital technology.
Waraqaa kana projektii kana sadii waan qabnuu fi afaan Oromoo versus digital technology kan jedhu projektii kana sadii taanee katabne daqiiqaa lama qabnu akka hirannuudha garuu ani isaan jalaan fudhu ilaa noottiin qabadallee lafa kaa'e isaanuma beeksisee isaan akka dubbatanii fi himuu fi wanti guddaan sadii taanee waan afaan Oromoo kana waan amma teknooloojii amma akka malee fiigaa jiru kana qaqqabsiisuudhaaf jecha walitti dhufnee ji'a afurii duraa kaanee karaa miidiyaa hawaasaa kanaa walitti dhufneetu waa hojjetaa jirra. Kan nu hojjetaa jirru immoo xiinxala wayirraa kaaneeti tokko afaan Oromoo mataansaa biyya kana keessatti biyya hambaa kana keessatti maal akka inni fakkaatu. Baay'ee dhaloonni Oromoo amma ka'aa jiran daa'imman Oromoo afaan dubbachuu dadhabuun isaanii namoonni gurguddaan dabalatee afaan Oromoo sirriitti katabuu dadhabuu irraa kan ka'e kun immoo haala salphaaf ifaa ta'een haala kamiin barreessinee katabnee teknooloojii wajjin wal simsiifnee dhiyeessina kan jedhu isa kana qabannee keessumattuu garee sadiirraa walitti dhufnee obbo Fiqaaduun Imbeettuu Ayyaantu.com kan wallaaleen jiru obbo Fiqaaduu Magarsaa egaa ogeessa ICT baay'ee beekaadha wanta kana walitti nu qindeessuudhaan nama nu gargaaruudha. Akkuma kana obbo Bayyanaa Roobii immoo sirna barnoota haala yoomessa biyya kanaatti ijoolleen daa'imman biyya kanaatti dhalatan kaarikulemii akkamii simatu isa akkamii ta'aaf kan jiru nama kanaan beekamuu fi dabalataan illee ogeessa herregaa fi barsiisaa barattoota umurii kanarra jiraniiti. dabalataan ani immoo akka afaanitti gargaaruudhaaf kana walitti qabnee afaan Oromoo teknooloojii wajjiniin muujulii hedduudha kan nuyi amma muujulii 100tu barreessuudhaaf amma reef muujulii 51 gahaa jirraa barreessinee katabnee gulaallee teknooloojii wajjin walsimsiisuuf kan jennu hundumtuu mana isaa taa'ee bifa salphaa ta'een Ameerikaa qofatu hin taane guutuu addunyaarraa akkaataa inni itti barachuu danda'u. Kanaaf immoo namoota baay'ees immoo akka afeerru waan baay'ee paampileetii adda addaallee isin gidduu raabsuuf jirra. Egaa kanatti aansee obbo Bayyanaa Roobiin as simadha gaa sa'aatii maduukaa fiiguudhaaf.
Warna ta'etti kun irra jira. Irra naa goota. Okay, so inni irra naa godhutti wanna kana mee xinnoo jennisiisaa dubbanna amma innaa banatti jechuu kiyyaafani. Anii fi fiqaaduun wanna kana irratti hojjechuu erga jalqabnee xinnoo bubbulleerraa waggootas lakkoofsineerraa. Beekan immoo dhiyoo kana arganne innaa namatu walitti nu fide nama anii fi fiqaaduu wanna hojjechaa jirruu fi waa'ee qubee kana irratti jechuu kiyyaa. Beekanis nama beekuutu walitti nu fide yeroo baay'ee online wal argaa turre arra physically wal agarre to be frank waggaa afuriif ji'a afuriif hojjechaa turre garuu arra wal agarre ati bayyanaadha ati beekanii akkas waliin jechaa turre jechuun maaliifi teknooloojiin nu gargaareera jechuu kiyyaafanii. Okay, so okay, then okay, so technology nu gargaareera. Amma the question is this: technology kanatti baanee afaan Oromoo kana addunyaa kana barsiisuu hin dandeenyaayi an jedhu. Ani mana high school barsiisaa jira. Really koorsonni baay'een jiru ani administrii anan godhu garuu ijoolleen ani barsiisu online baraa jiru. Amma isuma extendii godhuudha jechaadha. Isuma extendii godhuudha garuu customize goona ijoollee keenyatti. Ijoollee keenya jechuun akkuma customerii keenyatti jechuudha. Let me put it that way. Akkuma customerii keenyatti. Kanaafi amma maali sectionii kaaddaan fudhannee irra yeroo dubbannu ani opportunity jiru afaan Oromoo kana digitalize godhuudhaaf afaan Oromoo kana digitalize godhuudhaaf inna globally barsiisuu danda'uudhaaf opportunity jiru maali han jedhu irra ture inna isarratti kaanani itti fufa slide illee hin argamne so opportunity afaan Oromoo akka demandin isaa baay'ee barbaadamaa jira baay'ee dabalaa jira. Maaliif dabalee maaltu demandin afaan Oromoo akka dabalu godhee han jedhu tokko hin beektisini wanna biyya keessa deemaa jiru Oromoo protest. Oromoo protesting kuni baay'ee profile naademi bo naademi isa lamaffaat isa ammas deemi. All right, opportunity naademi opportunity garuu wanno na exactly opportunity thank you exactly so Oromoo protesting Oromoo protesting kuni baay'ee nu gargaareera deemme next. Maalifi waa'ee wanna Oromoo akka jaalatame defendii ta'uun akka irra jiru isa agarsiisanii innaa itti cichan immoo wanna gaafatasanii itti cichan itti cichuu nu barsiisanii jechaadha. Hin wareegaman ijoolleen kun hin wareegaman. Wanna barbaadan sanii hojiirra oolchuudhaa fi wareegama barbaachisu kennaa jiru. Inna by doing that wanno argatani, credibility argatani, support argatani. Ijoolleen sun uummanni Oromoo akka isaan gargaaru. Oromoo duwwaa miti. Hunduyyuu namni dhugaadhaa dhaabbate hunduyyuu akka ijoollee kana wajjin dhaabbate. Maaliifi dhugaadhaaf dhaabbatanii inna credibility erni godhanii supportis argatan jechaadha ijoolleen kuni. Inna profile ma Oromoo kana dabalan dee waa namaa maal jedhee hin beektu miti dee Oromoon kun kana turee wanna kana eechaa fide wanna hin qabne wanna nu hin beekne kana eechaa dhufe jedhanii ormatu jedha nuyi miti ormatu jedha. Maaliif jechaa kiyya profaayilii kanaan dura conceived ta'e sanii geeddaran ijoolleen kun miila duwwaa kaatanii imagine. Innaa kan maal jechuu kiyya Oromoo awakening Oromoon akka of baru edaa ijoollee humna qabna edaa kanas godhuu hin dandeenya jedhee akka ofitti abdatu godhan ijoolleen kun. Amma kuni kaa'e karaa Oromoo protestiini wanna tokko tokko tuttuquudhaafan anan jechaa jiru tuttuquudhaafan. Amma immoo haa deemnu next page please. Oh, okay, sorry asuma naa ture. Diaspora kan. Diasporaanis amma attitudein isaanii interestin isaanii akka afaan Oromootti madaqaa jira. Baay'ee madaqaa jira. Maaliif madaqaa jira? Ijoollee xixiqqoon kuni identity associate of godhuu barbaadu Oromoo wajjini jechuun naturally of barbaadu oduu hin ta'in they are. Garuu dhugaasanii hojiirra oolchuu barbaadu ijoolleen kun. Dhugaasanii identity isaanii sanii assertii godhuu barbaadu. Warri ijoollee isaanii barsiisuu barbaadu. Inna ijoolleen immoo Oromoo protestii kana keessatti hin argu agartee hin argu. Ijoollee xixiqqootu ajjeefamaa jira. Ijoollee eejii isaanii jirutu ajjeefamaa jira. Inna maaliif akkas ta'e jedhanii kwaasinii godhu. Ijoollee wajjin wanna jirruu fi hin beekna. Kanaafi injustiidha. Wanna kana wannoo godhuu qabna jedhanii kaka'aa jiru ijoolleen. Ijoollee xixiqqoo kaka'aa jira. Inna warri immoo warrumti eejuma kiyyaayyuu jiru afaan Oromoo dubbisuu hin dandeenye qubee dubbisuu hin dandeenye desire guddaa qabu amma baay'ee receptiveedha afaan Oromoo baruudhaaf. Inna demandii baay'eetu dhiyaataa jira. Akkamitti dhiyaataa akkamitti beektee naan jettanii na gaafachuu hin dandeechu. Imeelii erganii gaafatu. Nama ayyaantu maaneejii godhu tokko nan beekaa. So karaa isaa arganne jechaadha informationii. Demandiin dabalaa jira. Hambiraa maaltu jira? Amma evidensii tokkoon isinii dhiyeessa. Ijoolleen biyyaa kitaaba 100 waggaa tokkotti katabanii baasu. Amma yaadni isaanii suni wealth amma kun agartaniitu beekan amma barmoonni asitti nuukin arga alaala. Amma immoo beekan kuni kumaatamatu biyya jira. Wanna kanaafi nuyi afaan Oromoo wanna hin beekneef isa accessii godhuu hin dandeenyu jechaadha. Knowledge sanii accessii godhuu hin dandeenyu jechaadha. Beekanuu fedhadhaa. Kitaaba 32 katabe. He himself hin jenneen kitaaba 32 katabeen. Inna maali beekumsa isaa suni kitaaba san keessatti hammatamee jira. Garuu wanna dubbisuu hin dandeenyeef knowledge san accessii godhuu hin dandeenye. Wanna kanaafi qubee barsiisuun baay'ee barbaachisaadha jechuudha fanii. Innaa ka hambiraa karuma teknoolojii kana yeroo laallu wanni gaariin tokko dhufaa jira. Baay'ee gaarii han ta'e hannuu sirritti ta'u. Oromoo duwwaadhaaf mitaan hundaaf iyyuu ta'u. Facebook free internet facaasuuf deema. Maaliif facaasaa ofi jedheeti. Amma ummata addunyaa kana keessa jiru biliyoonii torbarraa biliyoonii lama hin argatu intarneetii. Innaa kanaafi biliyoonii lamaa suni baay'een isaanii Afrikaadha. Internetii accessii Facebook accessii akka godhanii fi free internet connectivity uumaa jira, trialii godhaa jiru. Next page please. Yeah. Right. Wannoo kana trialii isaaniiti isa godhaa jiru. Maal jechuudha nuyi namni keenya karaa saatalaayitii shaggarii oduu hin ta'in directly argachuu danda'a jechaadha wannoorra. Ingidi probably directly natti fakkaata telecommunication expertii miti piraalbat karaa saatalaayitii biyyaa deemate hin beeku isa konni garuu natti fakkaatu if they can short circuit directly ummata userii wajjin connectii godhuu hin danda'an taanani they will do that. Maalifi intermediary dhaqanii blockage of opportunity in Kenyan. So what do I mean by that? Okay, right. That's more than enough. Now, amma kamal godu free internet ugasan uga godani namni Kenya more internet ready ta'a jechaadha. Akkuma beektani qubeen internet ready akka ta'uu fi baay'ee nu gargaareera. It was a very nice, smart choice. Qubeen nu filuun keenya nu filatu isaanii warri nu filasuni. Inna interneti accessii godhu benefitii isarraa godhu jechaadha. What does that really mean? It means it will transform our community. Community Oromo kana karaa hundaan geeddara. Ani ma fakkeenya ilaala. Engadda firiijii kiyyatu wannote bishaanii wannote na jala ganname. You know what I did? Online dhaqeetan YouTube bane firiijii nogaa akkas ta'u maal rakkinni jedhee dubbise. Kana goota. I did that. I fixed it. Amma fakkeenya fi hin ta'u hin jedhina. Amma intalli takra oduu ijoollee argatte oduu deeche. Na probably dhibee tokko qabu mucaan tokko simbitamii tokko qabu. Namni simbitamii kasii qabu suni maal ta'uu qaba jettee online gaafachuu dandeechi. Gaafa Facebook achi wannoo godhu san. Maal jechaadha gaafa ishiin isa jettee gaafattu dhaqxee sarchii godhuu dandeechi. Sarchii gootee solutionii argattee jechaadha. Afaan Oromootiin hin jiru hin jedhina. Ammaaf hin jiru garuu softweerii ijoolleen baay'ee arganna baay'ee qabna. Softweerii afaan Oromoo translateii godhu. Yookaan Ingilizii yookaan afaan biraa Oromoo translateii godhu. Wanna akkasii kana argachuu hin dandeenya. Beeka creativity ijoollee keenyatti qabana. Now we'll make that. Wanna kanaaf maal jechuu kiyya internet connectivity kuni opportunity guddaa nu bana. Barmoota fakkeenya karaa barmootaatiin mukaan fidadha. Wanna karaa barmootaatiin wannoo barmoota dirjiin tokko free kennuudhaaf deemu. High school, college tokko free kennuudhaaf deemu. Then tuulii argannaan ijoolleen keenya accessii gooti competii gooti globally. Ijoolleen keenya immoo smartidha beeka. Laalaa beekan. Ijoolleen keenya smartidha. Beekan baay'eetu jira. Ani xixiqqoonis jiru. Beekan xixiqqoonis jiru. Innaa hin dhufu internetiin kuni dhufaa wanna jiruu fi isa harnesii godhuudhaaf. Nu immoo karaa keenyaan qophaa'uu qabnaan jedha. Innaa ingidi kiyya kanuma. Opportunity internetii akkamitti nuufi mijaa'uu danda'a, akkamitti harnesii godhuu dandeenya, akkamitti isa dhimma itti baaneetoo ofis nama keenyas guddisuu dandeenyaan jedhu isarratti amma ergan kana jedhee booda obbo Fiqaaduun waamee inni immoo akka itti fufuu gaafadha.
Thank you. Sa'at irratti wal lolaa jira. Kamuultan Ani egaa argitanii jara kana booda dubbachuu usually nama dura dubbachuun barbaada argitanii maali warra akkanaa kana booda waggaa dubbatani maal ta'a argitee carqii moofaa carqii haraarratti laxxafuu jechuudha jara kana booda dubbachuudha. Garuu ani jechuu barbaadu maali wanni kuni erga calqabe akkuma isaan jedhani dhiyoo kana immoo kan trainingiin kun kan irraa calqabe eessa hoo jettani next gen IT solution kan jedhu kana kaampaanii anaa fi haadha manaa kiyyatu oonii godha. Kaampaanii kana immoo mentorii nu godhuudhaaf kan nu gargaare Geeva Hamdaati ganama presenteeshinii dhiyeessaa ture. Isarraa instructional design barmoota kan jedhu nama barsiisu. Yaa kamtu dubbataa kana moo kana wayya? Isarraa hin baree jechuudha Geeva asirratti galatan galchaaf. Okay. Ani ergan biyyaa ba'ee ture. Laayifii kiyya 2/3 biyya alaatan jira. Amma himachuudhaan na sodaachisa argitanii amma nan biyya alaa ture jechuudha. Dhiyoo kana biyya deemetanii amma maali argee ummatuma kiyya afaan Oromoo irraa kan narra gahe jechuu kiyya. Na ilma eessuma kiyyaa tokko wal argineeti in barsiisa. Maal barsiifta gurbaan jedheen herreegan barsiisaa jedhe. Maal jechuudha daqiiqaa 5 yaade herreega kana maal inni qaalluu wayiiti moo gurbaan kun maal jedhe. Amma maal inni gurbaan jedhee wanni kun maatsidha naan jedhe. Akkasumaan hin jettu turee gurbaan jedhee nama waliin. Achi ka'eetan immoo obboleettii kiyya bira ga'e. Na eessaa galtaa amman jedheen. Mana yaalatti hangalaa jette. Haa tana argadheen jedhe maaliif argitee yaala sanii fi mana sana walitti fideetan edaan mana hakiimi beekna argitanii kaa durkaa warri dur biyyaa baane kun. Innaa afaan Oromoo hunduma keenya fuuyyuu kiritikaalii ta'aa jira. Warruma duriyyuu jechuu kiyya. Amma immoo dhiyoo kana maalan argaa hoggaa amma instructional design adde dinqeetuyyuu walitti nu qabeeti ijoollee barsiisaa jira. DC kanatti. Ijoollee kana immoo maal goone ofii keenya himote kan barsiifnu. Ijoollee barsiifnet warra biyyaa dhufanii isaan akka barsiisan goone baay'ee successful itti ta'an. Yooni barsiifne argitanii warra bayyanaanii fi dirribaa hordofaa tokko yoo barsiisan maal ta'a this is boring jedhu ijoolleen argitee warra gurguddaa kan. Isaan wal dhaga'u. Inna akkas gooneet amma bu'aa arganne argitee wanna gaariidha. Inna kanatu iyyuu jira garuu wanni tokko jechuun barbaada waa'ee qubeedha. Waa'ee qubee dhugaa dubbachuudhaa fi nu hubannu malee qubeen hammam akka nu gargaare itti gammaduu qabna. Odoo qubee qabaachuu baannee har'a qabsoon keenya yoo akkanatti fuulduratti hin deemu qubee kana laatiin alfaabeetii odoo fudhanneetoo jara wajjin deemuu baannee faranjiin kan qabate wajjin amma koompitara bittee xaxaa godhu. Ana maarammoo yoo laaltanoo xaxaa kana argitanii haati manaa kiyya leetarii peejii tokko katabuudhaaf peejii tokko bara afaan Amaaratiin. Adoon guyyaa tokkoo fi walakkaa ishii fixate. Hammam akka fidallee argitee wannoo ta'eetoo walitti fidanii kataban hamma nama rakkisu hubachuu odoo isa fudhannee jiraannee banne qabsoon teenyaarraa iyyuu amma nan deemtu iyyuu turte. Kana hubachuu qabna. Innaa kanaaf argitee qubee kana amma faranjoota tokkoon isinitti maasii deemanii biyya kana boyfriendidhaa fi girlfriendidhaa ishiin eessatti maddamanii wannoo piskooridha jarri kun asallaatti ergan. Isa immoo Goojjamitti ergan. Gondaritti erganii qubee baruu qabu fidala biyya sanii baruu qabu jarri kun. Amma maal godhanii suni ani biyya Oromoo dhatte suni ji'a tokkotti ji'a lamatti afaan Oromoo dubbatti bartee qubee fixxe maaliif rakkoon hin jiru. Suni immoo kanaan laayifii kiyya eessaan bira gaa jedheetu wannoo jedha. Amma xalaa'uu katabuu iimeelii walitti ergu waan argeetan maali I want to come to your place jedhaan amma ani baree jettiin ishin fixe afaan kan. Ani amma kan wannootti ergeeti ministeera onlaayinii ture wanni kun. Ergeeti ani achin deemuu barbaada. Achi deemetoo bakkee ishiin jirtu sanitti na ergaadhaa jedhee wannoo jedhe. Okay, amma wanni gochuu barbaannu maali? Nuyi wanni gochuu barbaannu wanna adda addaati. Yaanni keenya qaama. Yaanni kun immoo nu qofaadhanii moote ani dhumu. Hunduma keessaniitu iyyuu dhummate hoomworkii isinii kennuuf deemna. Waraqata isinitti kenninaa wanna dandeessan especially karaa teknoolojii warri programma dandeessan, warri immoo instructional designers akkas warri dandeessan, warri immoo graphical design warri godhuu dandeessan, please nu wajjin hojjedhaa, isin wajjin deemnaa, we are not looking back, forward dha, fuuldura deemnaa jechuudha nu gargaara. Innaa kanaaf tokkoffaa online dha, lammaffaa apps, smartphone kan jedhu kan irratti baasuuf deemna, akkuma beekan jedha moodulii adda addaa qabna, moodulii kukunnee baasuudhaaf deema. Innaa kana mobile devices irratti jechuudha, innaa akka nu gargaartan jechuudha. Wanni tokko tokko immoo warri hojjechuun nurra jiru. Afaan kun argitanii ganaa risoorsii barbaada. Keenya kan ta'e, an Oromoo kan ta'e, amma YouTube irratti amma bayyanaan an jedhu sun. Okay, 2 minutes left jedhanii. Innaa maalii kun odoo keenya ta'e argitanii, odoo keenya ta'e afaan keenyan odoo ta'e risoorsii guddaa uumuu dandeenya. Akkuma warri Arabaa, warri Chaayinaa horii qabu isaan. Risoorsii uummatan argite amma yoo Google yoo gootan biyya Arabaa dhattaniitoo an isaanis sitti fide. Yoo immoo Chaayinaa dhattan an isaan keenya hoo maaliif hin godhanne nu? There is a technology. Nu immoo wanna biraa wanni fudhannu iyyuu hin jiru alaa. Kanaaf argite kana Google Translator, Thesaurus warri irratti hojjetan hin jiru. Please irratti hojjedhaa. Wanni kun argite ani baay'isee nu barbaachisu amma Google Translator argee afaan Oromooti gara afaan biraatitti. Na amma wanni tokko beekan seera nuu fide. Programma katabuudhaaf argite seera si barbaachisa. Seera afaanii. Seera san qabanneetoo katabuudhaaf nuyi design document isinii qopheessina warri nu wajjin hojjettan kana irratti please volunteerii nu godhaa jenna. Itti aanee amma kammoo daqiiqaa 2 qaba. Kuni DC keessatti ijoollee an barsiisan amma warra barsiisan argitanii kuni barachaa jiru. Wanna kana bitaati ijoollee keenya nu gargaaradha. Warra barsiisan irra caalaa argitanii ijoollee voluntarii yeroo isaanii balleessanii maal isaanii balleessanii nu wajjin jiru. Please nu gargaara kana bitaati. Ijoollee keenya yaadadhaa jechuudha fi kun NDC addee dinqeetu iyyuu wannoo godhe. Kanatti aansee wannoo kana isinii kennina volunteer homework assessment isinitti hin fakkaatina. Jechi wanna barbaaddan dandeettii keessan akkatti nu qunnamtan waraqata qopheessinee qabna. Isiniif irraa please irratti nu hojjedhaa nu deebisaa isinii wannoo goona. Thank you very much for listening me.
Thank you to all the panelists. We appreciate all of your hard work, and thank you, Lord, for sticking to the time. Now we're going to have a question and answer, but we're going to only have time for 2 questions. So 2 questions. So whoever would like to ask the first question can just step up to the microphone. Either one. Nobody has any questions? Okay, well, this panel is done. Thank you so much for your attention. What a wonderful panel.
We're supposed to be having a coffee break, but we suggest that we are going to have our last panel now, and we extended the last panel to tomorrow. So please stay in, and we will finish this panel here, and then we can go for coffee later on. I will call on the panelists to come and be up here so that we are going to start the panel. So we have Obonagesa, Oboteso Namara, Asafa Dibaba, and Aboma Tarfa. So please come up here. Itusan Fajrani announcement tiga gababa lama kamna announcement ni jal kaba akuma betan osan wagga soddoma fasa kana yero kabaja jirutti konsertii galgala kana isiniif qopheesse waan qabuuf bilisummaa konsertii waliin ta'uudhaan konsertii waan isinii qopheessineef yaanni diineriinis asuma jira, konsertiinis asuma jira, sirbis asuma jira. Tikeeta keessan akka bittanii akka shubbisuuf akka qophooftan waamicha isinii dhiyeessinaa. Warri tikeetii hin bitanne tikeetii keessan bitadhaatii aartistoota keenya jaallatamoo Zarihuun Wadaajoo fa'aa dhaggeeffadhaa weellistoota jechuudha. Inni lammaffaan tiishartiin waa'ee laangweejii irratti warra amma pirezentii gochaa turan waa'ee laangweejii irratti tiishartiin qophaa'e ala jira. Tiishartii sana bitattanii diteelii waa'ee piroojeektii sanaallee baruu dandeessuu jechuudha. So please the panels come up here.
Okay, a couple of announcements. And then this will be the last panel for tonight. We'll continue the next session, the next panel. But before that, session 7, famine as a socio-political and cultural instrument, the case of the Oromia regional state, is going to be pushed back to tomorrow, 10 o'clock. So that panel will happen tomorrow, not tonight. And tomorrow, Sunday, July the 31st, the 9:30 panel will start at 9. So the panelists should be here by 9. So we have moved one session, pushed back one session. Oh. Another, Zarihuun is not here. But I just wanted to remind everyone that there is a concert, the Bilisumma concert, tonight. Yeah, okay. There'll be concert. The concerts will be doors open at 8, and 9 or 10 the concert begins. But if you didn't know about that, the concert is going to be here. Dinner is going to be served over here. So we're going to be together the whole day and probably half of the night tonight. But for now, let's have with the last session for today. Please come forward, Siade. Is Siade here? Okay, come on, come on. Oromo protest and the quest for Oromo unity, the last panel for tonight. Please come forth. Tesso Namarra, Nagesa Dubbe, Asafa, Dibaba, and Aboma Tarfa. Please come forth.
So I will be chairing this panel. We have 4 panelists on this panel. The first one is Nagesa Dube. Nagesa is an Oromo Federalist Congress International Support Group leader based in Minnesota. The second panelist is Obota Teso Namarra, who is an independent researcher based in California. And the third is Dr. Asafa Dibaba, who is one of the seasoned Oromo scholar and now at Indiana University. And the fourth is Aboma Tarfa, a chairman of the Oromo American Students Council. So I invite the first panelist, Nagisa, to just start. All the panelists have 15 minutes each.
Thank you, Hanok, for introduction. My topic for this session is the development of Oromo protests over years and its impact on Ethiopian politics. Basically, as you all know, the Oromo student movement have been there for about 16 years. The last 16 years, the Oromo student movement led by the Kube generation has been going on in different forms. So I hereby categorized this movement into 3 categories. The first category is the initial years of Oromo student movement, which took place in the year 2000, 2002, 2004, and 2005. These are the initial years of Oromo student movements, or we can call it Oromo protests. Category 2 is between the years 2007 to 2013. It's the era or time of weak movement for Oromo students and Oromo youth, and kind of it was known as there was a time of ethnic tension. Most movements in those years between 2007 to 2005 to 2013 mostly clash between students of different ethnic groups, between Amhara, Oromo, Amhara, Tigray, Oromo, Tigray students for about, maybe that's for about 10 years. Then the third category is the movement that started in 2014, in which we have hashtag for it, hashtag Oromo protests, 2014, 15, and still going on. This is under third category. So why do I need to really categorize this movement in this way? Because over the years, the issues over which the protest used to take place also showed some developments. In those days, like in the year, in the initial years of the Oromo protests or Oromo student movement, protests used to take place over issues such as derogatory name of Oromo. Just a student calls you with a derogatory name on which Oromo used to be called, and there students will protest. There will be demonstrations, there will be clashes sometimes also. And it doesn't really go for months or for days, maybe for 1 day, maybe for 2 days, maybe for 3 days. It will calm down. It will not continue like the protest going on in the third category. It means that the issue over which protest used to take place developed over years. There is change. For example, if you see in the third category, the protest took place, the protest is going on with quite clear questions. There are clear issues, issue of land, which is political implication, which has economic implication, and which have the question of self-rule, and which is a message of issue of human rights, issue of democracy, issue of freedom, clear. But in those years, in the past, like in phase 1, in phase 2, you don't see such a clear message that threaten the regime. The questions were not directly into the regime. Sometimes the regime can easily escape those questions, can easily say, okay, the clash was between ethnic, between some students of this ethnic and that ethnic. And it also uses to divide nations and nationalities. It also uses to just undermine the genuine cause of the people in those days, in those years, in phase 1 and phase 2 of Oromo students. Because I was part of those protesters and part of those movements, let me just put this in details. In the year 2000, there were 2 issues which were causes of the protests. There was protest in the year 2002, in 2000. The first issue was forest fire. The Bale mountain forest, the Bale forest, and the Guji forest in Shakiso caught on fire. When government couldn't respond as fast as it's supposed to be, students rose up. That was when the first time the university students asked the authorities to go and extinguish the fire, to be allowed for them to go and participate in extinguishing the fire. Then high school students rose up. Ambo was the first to rise up. The students, were killed in Ambo. The other issue that was a cause of protest in the year 2000, that was the time the Oromia regional state, led by Kuma Damaksa, decided and amended the Oromia regional state constitution that Oromia, the capital of Oromia regional state is Adama, not Finfinne. It used to say Finfinne. They decided the year 2000, the capital of Oromia would be Adama. That was also cause of protest. Basically, that protest didn't really, it was limited in Addis Ababa, and Addis Ababa University students marched from Sidiskilo and Aratkilo towards Chafe, which was in Flamingo, around towards Bole, and asked, maybe some of those people are here. I see some of them who we marched together there. Some are there at the corner, some are here in between. So we went there. We asked them, how come you decide this? While Finfinne itself is the heart of Oromo, heart of Oromia. We know they are agents, but we can't tolerate and we can't really keep quiet. We marched. Then, after that, the year 2002, no, there is another protest in between, very important one. That was in the year 2001. That protest, that was a time when TPLF disintegrated into 2. The CEA Abraha and the Tolda group on one side, and the Malay group on the other side. And I think some political groups, especially the unitary, the Ethiopian unity political groups such as EDEPA and others, had some intention. So the time was, by the time, Professor Masfan and Dr. Burhanu Naga just collected the students at Beherai Lottery Hall. And why don't you ask, they just told us how can we stand for our rights? How can a student stand for their rights? And they lectured to us some issues, how students can unite and ask for their right. Like, if you ask for your right, you don't need to go and just raise a national questions. You can raise some issues about your cafeteria, some issues about what is going on in university. Are you guys free? No, we're not free. Actually, at the same time, some questions raised from Oromo students that they know that these people undermine ethnic identity. So people like Garas were asking, I was just listening, I was participant in that conference. So Oromo students rose up and challenged these people. However, the next day protest began in Addis Ababa University, and the main questions were, we don't want police in our campus. And we want our student council be established. I mean, it was by the time there is no student council. So these questions were raised, and that created a debate among Oromo students. Some Oromo students, we gathered and asked ourselves, shall we participate or not? This movement was led by people with different ideology and people with different ambition than we are. So the question was, shall we participate or not? Some of us said, oh, no, these people have a different intention and their goal is different, we don't. But some of us said, no, these questions concern us. The issue of police in this compound, which really attack all of us, is our question too. We have to participate. And the question of academic freedom is our question too. And other issues too can unite us, and we share these questions and this cause, so we have to participate. Finally, after discussing, we decided let's participate with caution. We will stop classes, we will not attend classes, but at the same time we don't go forefront. But we will also take our cafeteria, we use our cafeteria, we don't go out of the university compound. I didn't know the time was so short, so I just started. Another protest rose up in the year 2002. That was the question of policy, education policy and economic policy. I mean, because of the outing, fertilizer and other issues, the burden on our Oromo farmers was very high. So this was a question there was a protest that time going on. It's not that big. However, the year 2004, when Oromia Regional State Capital was pushed to go to Adama, I mean, the OPDO people accepted that and trying to move to Adama. We rose up. We had some questions. We rose up, we challenged it. Here I also want to recognize Machatulama. I see the chairman of Machatulama, Obodribi, who by the time called a demonstration in Finfinne, and most of them were beaten, we were beaten, and that demonstration was dispersed. And then we continued that in a university. We continued to demonstrate in the university. They took action on us. Some of us, including Obodribi, he being number one in the same file with me, we were arrested, and some of them were suspended for 350 students were suspended for about 1 year. Some of us were under dismissal for good. Then this protest continued. That time the protest got bigger and bigger. Now the question is, after that, 2005, during the election, there was another protest. The scope of the protest has been widening, and it was getting stronger and stronger. However, in between, for about 10 years, from 2005 to 2016 to 2014, for about 9 years, the nature of protest has changed due to some action government took in 2005 after election, some kind of reform Mallas has tried that has, he was able to somehow change the situation, the intensity and the nature of protest. They incorporated most of the students into membership. They changed their style. Okay, two things finally. We learned two things from that. Now the protest has begun in 2014, and it's increasing. Number one, this protest is irreversible. Number one, finally, irreversible, and they can't stop it anymore. Number two, the previous protests, as I told you in 2001, there was one protest in which every student participated with different ideology. And in most protests in those days, the motto was "Atinasamoy, Atinasamoy, Yehe Bandra Yanta Idalamoy." There was this thing going on. But those protests has stopped for good. This protest will speak different languages. The protest after this time, not only Atinasamoy, it will speak different languages. Those protests under that Atina Samoy slogan will not happen. There will be Atina Samoy, Kai Kai, and other language too. So finally, all I want to deliver here is it has impacted Ethiopian politics for good. The Oromo student movement, which changed into a big protest, and which I call it now, it is an Oromo revolution, has changed the nature of Ethiopian politics for good. You will not see that old style protest, old style revolution anymore. That's all I finally want to conclude. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, my name is Teso Namarra. I chose to speak on prospects of and background to the Oromo national movement. It is a very wide topic I can't cover in 14 and a half minutes now. But I would really start with something I always wished to say. This is the most the highest density per square feet of Oromo intellectuals here and now. And if it were to happen, that this high density of Oromo intellectuals were to come together and form a unity based on purpose, they don't only change the situations in Oromia, they will transform the landscape in East Africa and beyond. I have no reason to believe it can't happen, but even to think of this possibility in itself is encouraging. The second thing I would to kind of use as an introduction is a cliche. A cliche wherein some individuals look at glasses half empty and glasses half full. I want to build on this and add 3 more dimensions to it. There are some who never settle for anything less than full. And when they see it half full, they actually see it empty. There are those who do not expect anything in the glass. And if they see a drop, that is an overflow because they don't expect much. And finally, the 5th category is those who see the full glass as a full glass, empty glass as an empty glass, and half full when they look for a liquid, it is half full, and half empty only when they look for a space, then it is half empty. All of us, I think, belong to one or the other of these categories. For reasons of our discussion today, I would like to divide Ethiopia as we know it today into two, which is the Abyssinia proper and the territories conquered by Menelik II. Two distinctions stand out when we compare the two. The first contrast is transfer of power has often been violent and bloody, at least from the 10th century up to now in Abyssinia. There is no indication that the 1991 regime change will end this legacy. The second aspect of it is Abyssinian history is full of chronicles of war. War for domination of others, and war among themselves for domination and supremacy, or for the central power. As far as the transfer of power is concerned, as we all know, the Oromo had a peaceful and orderly transfer of power based on the principles enshrined in the Gada system. Three human movements irreversibly transformed and defined the demographic map of the Horn of Africa. I have to run now. The first one is the coming of the Agazians, the Sabians, who crossed the Red Sea and settled in eastern part of the African highlands, and finally dominated the Kushites and developed the Abyssinian Empire. The second one is what is commonly called as the Galla invasion in the 16th century. And there are, I have only 8 minutes, so I don't, I would just jump all of this and move on to where we stand now. And what are the prospects as I see them. There are, I tend to think of our political situation as if we are slowly thinking in some kind of filthy swamp. And what actually weighs heavy and is forcing us to think even deeper are, one, the unresolved past troubles, and the troubles that are being piled up. every day. And so long as these troubles don't get solution, there is no way that we will free ourselves from this, what I call filthy swamp. How do we get out of this filthy swamp? There is one and only one way. It doesn't start with armed struggle. It doesn't start with actual confrontation with any force. The first step is with ourselves. We as individuals must first liberate ourselves. And it is only when we get ourselves out of this swamp and set ourselves free as individuals can we talk of the freedom of the nation, of being an example to other nations. And in order to do that, what exactly are the characteristics of these fields? Some of the features is religious and regional differentiations. Something that the enemy is more advanced on this situation than us, than some of us. When they kill a Muslim in Arsi, a Christian in Wallagga, a Wagafata in Borana, which they did, they don't kill them as Boranas or Arsis or Wallagans. They killed them as Oromos. But when our response to this is reduced to regional sentiments, then we are one step behind the oppressor. The second problem we have to set ourselves free from is the tendency to dwell on trivialities and lose the bigger picture. We love to dwell on things that divide us than on things that unite us. That is a sickness we have to get rid of. The third is lack of institutional structure, that the fact that we are more reactive than proactive. We always complain on what is done to us. No one complains about us for doing something to them. This has to change. This has to reverse. And in order to do that, as free individuals, what can we do? I have 3 suggestions in 3 minutes. One is the formation of international association. International association of in Oromo communities. Oromo communities have to build themselves up on a state level, and then on the national level, and then on the international level. 1. 2, I call upon, I really second or endorse what certain Duresomati in Ija Bilisuma on Ayantu has called for. We need an international conference in order to discuss what the elements are and what the solutions to these elements are. We can't afford to bicker and go on as divided people. The only way of unity is through this kind of conference that will define our main objectives and the way to it. The third suggestion is regarding the financial resources. We tend to look inwards. Okay. We tend to look inwards. And the last problem has already demonstrated the fact that we really squeezed each other in forms of 101 contributions. One way out of this is what I call the WADA, Abdi, Misoma, Oromia. WAMO. It is a WADA because it is a pledge to Oromia. It is Abdi for two reasons. It is Abdi for Misoma Oromia on one hand, and it is Abdi because I for the first time, heard it as a suggestion from a certain Abdi in North California. So the WADA is $1 a day. $1 a day for as long as it may take. And let me ask you a question. How many of you would really afford to pay $1 a day for Oromia? Now, imagine what $1 a day is here now, multiplied by 30, multiplied by 360, and then put all these people in different states, and the outcome would be amazing. I just wanted to borrow Iya Bilisumma's last statement. Every Oromo is confronted with two and only two choices. Either unite on a common principle and fight your inalienable rights, or surrender and endure whatever humiliation and pains come your way. Indifference is not an opinion, is not an option, but a worse form of surrender. It is time for every Oromo to make a choice and live with the consequences of this choice. Thank you.
Korbeessa Waayyuu Banoo karra amna dulaan hubanii jedha booranni. Yoo dubbii jalqabu korbeessa obboroo dubbatu dhugaa nu dubbachiisii jedha. Qajeelcha waaqnaa jedha. Akkasiin hin jalqaba dubbii. Let me take you down memory lane by some 26 years. 26 years ago, I was in Sudan, Damascene, and then in Khartoum. And I met a person in Khartoum, a CC member of one organization. I'm not a name dropper. I'm sure you don't ask me who, you may ask me what. Idea matters. And here is a question. He said, how long does it take us, you think, to see a free Oromia? Imagine I was young and not, fully informed, and it was a very tough question actually for me to answer. But it happened to me that I said, like 20 years. And he was disappointed with me. And after 25 years or 26 years, here we are asking the same question, but more complex and a bit more complicated than the question presented to me 25 years back. Now, the form has become transformed into not just the when or how long, but how and with whom and what, and even where. So, as every topic of presentation can have some profile or story of its own, so based on my personal experience and some informal discussions, here is a proposal, which I don't take it really as a magic wand, but something that really to begin with, to direct attention to regarding the Oromo national liberation struggle. So I read my proposal. This proposal recommends the founding of a National Council of Oromia as a first step toward transforming the long protracted Oromo national liberation struggle from stagnation to a more dynamic, inclusive, and better organized active political force. This urgent need for an inclusive national dialogue among Oromo political organizations and the general public is compelling, at least for two reasons. First, our struggle for democratic rights has been slowed down by the Ethiopian regime, which seeks to assert and maintain its power indefinitely using lethal force. Second, while the ongoing Oromo protest is intensified, instead of reorganizing themselves, cooperating, and forming organizational alliance, Oromo political elites are caught up in a dilemma about crusading for Ethiopianness on one hand and Oromoness on the other. This conundrum has been overextended, hindered the struggle, and reduced it to a clash of interests over power. Consequently, the struggle suffered major setbacks such as the lack of ideological clarity, purpose, commitment, and organizational discipline, like transparency and dynamism, among others. Hence, there are two main aims for the present project. First, it is to increase awareness within areas that are regarded as important to revitalize the Oromo national liberation struggle, both inside Oromia and the diaspora. Second, it is hoped to encourage at the grassroots level dialogue and collaboration in the more general public between individuals and political organizations that have showed no need in the past to solve practical problems and accomplish tasks collaboratively. The call for founding a National Council of Oromia and opening a national dialogue is imperative to set a roadmap for Oromo liberation struggle to reach a national consensus on the roadmap and discharge a union accord or conventions and implement it. The problem is crucial because our voices are divided. A house divided against itself cannot stand a turbulent wind. It is anarchic tendency, leadership machismo, chauvinism to stick to power and maintain own legacy over the liberation of one's people instead of protecting the institution once founded with discipline, commitment, and a purpose to serve and led with audacity. The problem is equally urgent because, as we all know, Oromia is under military occupation. The Oromo are killed on their own land, on their own home state, by the collaborated, cold-blooded Agazi military force. In order to be heard, our people are dying while they are seeking freedom and the right to life. What the current war of occupation in Oromia accomplished is that it still made more than ever the urgent need for maintaining uniformity and consistency of position within Oromo political organization, and also encourage awareness of shared destiny in the general public, irrespective of region, religion, gender, and ideology. Hence, I think there is no any better time than the present for the Oromo and the diaspora and back home, Oromia, to work together toward ideological clarity and organizational transparency, dynamism, to unite around one common goal, cow, to plan to reach a national consensus, and so doing to emerge as a nation. I strongly believe that it is an honorable and a serious position to take. We should have been taken long before now, but partly because of our insensitivity to the dire situation of our people, and partly because of the scandalous manipulation of our elites and our potential strategic allies by the Ethiopian regime. To our shame, we didn't take a serious action yet to defend our people and save our cause from stagnation. Nationalism can easily degenerate into chauvinism, where political elites resist against dynamism and refuse to involve the youth in leadership. This section, the remaining section, I will say a few things about what it means being youth in Oromo context. Little has been said about the role of Oromo youth in leadership, in resistance against injustices and challenges they face in their practical life as refugees, victims of marginalization, political exclusion, and constant persecutions directed at them by the state-structured violence, that is, coercive devices such as police, court, security, and media. Our youth are historical agents of change. Their role in peaceful social change is decisive as in leadership. The marginalization of youth has become a worldwide concern. In his analysis, John Abink, analysis of youth in Africa, he portrays the bleak picture of the debilitating situation of African youth by the following examples. Fierce competition for limited resource, decline in their well-being and social advancement, exclusion from political arena, marginalization in national state policies, increasing mass unemployment, health problems, crisis within the family due to poverty, and a lack of education and skills. To escape out of this dreadful situation, which denied them intentionality of action and agency and constructive social incentives, being arts, African youth are overrepresented in armed rebel or insurgent movement. There is no prospect that this situation will change for the better in the near future. I hasten to agree that the situation of Oromo youth is no exception. It necessitates taking some significant and holistic remedial action. To do so, we need a comprehensive planning. You scare me. All right. While we observe the Oromo protests going on in Oromia, we think of the ungovernability thesis. What's the problem with ungovernability? Let the people be ungovernable, we might say. We might give interviews on the media. So what? Ungovernability, resistance, the immediate change of the status quo. Then what? What follows? What happens to the corn when the cheese is gone? So ungovernability has its own, ungovernability thesis has its own problems. It presupposes a condition of an institutional insufficiency, a potential of political crisis, and a subsequent institutional change, which might happen. And the state is chronically paralyzed, as we can observe at present, in its ability not only to provide basic services, but also to resolve major conflicts through adequate and tolerable institutional means. Consequently, as we all know, the state actors themselves came to admit that a condition of defective state capacity is present and must be healed through institutional reform. This is just to say what the state, what measures the government is taking to subdue the resistance and the ungovernability I'm just trying to make the case that in absence of strong leadership and a clear ideology and a political program, ungovernability by itself cannot really change our fate, or resistance by itself cannot make cannot change our fate. So I'm just using some facts to make cases for my basic argument why we need a National Council of Oromia, but I don't seem to have time. So let's proceed to the purpose of the National Council of Oromia and what it really does. The purpose of founding a National Council of Oromia will be to reach national consensus through inclusive national dialogue. Through inclusive national dialogue, ideas can be shared, perspectives can be challenged, and differences can be argued and tolerated, and ultimately, reason, justice will prevail, and attempts can be made to persuade others the logic of one's arguments through accountable talks. Next, to bring to a round table issues of legitimacy and legitimacy deficit. That is, hypothetically, if a political front, organization, or party fails to defend its political program and the policies, yet claims to represent the people, but has no voice of the people at the General Assembly, Aradanaga, a delegate known to and recognized as such by the general public, back home and in the diaspora, then the party or organization or front suffers a legitimacy deficit. The next, to open venue for exercising a democratic politics of representation. Representation here is assigning meaning to events, situations, social practices, objects, and thoughts as preferable, appropriate, and correct among competing groups. That is, through accountable talks, practicing the politics of representation is competing over meaning among groups peacefully and democratically. Despite differences of perspectives, political, ideological, held by the parties involved, it is hoped that the mode of politics of representation can lead to achievement of the culture of peace through open dialogue. Next, to prepare for a peaceful transition toward a viable, legitimate, and organized political force, both in diaspora and in Oromia, and by a foundation for democratic transition from liberation to government. To chart the roadmap of the struggle, develop the framework and the steps of the roadmap for Oromo national struggle, which will include opening the framework for political dialogue, ratifying the framework, organizing meetings and or conferences to be held periodically to advance the objectives of the council by state, region, and localities to discuss the roadmap with fair representation from all parts of Oromia and across the world. Implementing the UN Accord Convention within the agreed time frame. So objectives are almost can be really seen within the purpose or mission it accomplishes. So by conclusion, at the moment, to advance our national liberation struggle, at least two missions matter most to us to tackle. First, the urgent necessity for our people, a significant number of whom have been expelled from their ancestral homeland, Oromia, because of their national origin as Oromo, is to stand united and work together to reach a national consensus, which does not necessarily mean to reject diverse political thoughts. Second, to found a National Council of Oromia, which lead toward a peaceful transition from liberation to democratic government. This level of Oromo nationalism is what one can have mixed feelings about at present, but it is the major goal of the National Council of Oromia to pave venue toward this age of nationalism, according to national consensus, to be reached eventually, be it to build an independent state of Democratic Republic of Oromia or a free state in a democratic federated Ethiopia. Our national struggle is secular because it is a bitter and a long protracted struggle for a national right to self-determination. At the time when the world is trapped in economic and religious war, our national struggle is vanguard because it is a peaceful emancipatory liberation struggle for democratic right and fundamental human freedom. Finally, by the Oromo principle of the 7 generations, Akakle, Abable, Torba, Any decision a generation makes will have a consequence on 7 generations to come. It is not an easy task to save the identity of succeeding generation in exile and to empower the imagined community where the mainstream culture leaves no room for minority. So we have two choices. Should we stand united and change our fate, or leave the dead past overdue by 7 generations to come? There is fierce voice here that makes feel danger without always naming it. The feeling of being not here, not there is unbearable. Mananjiru alahinjiru. We are not there nor here. We are in between. Here it is indeed a dangerous world that we all meet, as there is a lot to live for. There is no place like home. I wish we do not just inherit culture from our ancestors. I wish we could also borrow culture from our children. That is what OSA did over the last 30 years, passing on Oromuma, Oromoness. The future belongs to the youth. If youth knew, if age could. But there is no joy today here too. What a victory, OSA, hard won and quietly compelling. Congratulations all.
Slidey. Yeah, also presentation. Thank you, the OSA organization committee, for inviting me right here and then to present. Can you hear me? And then thank you guys for coming, and then I really appreciate that you're taking your time and then be here the whole day. I hope mine is not going to be long. Mine is not going to be something that big ideas. Mine is going to be the practical thing that we all can do. So that's my focus. And then my topic is, I hope it's right there. You guys can look at it. It's developing the infrastructure and developing the infrastructures and resources to support engagement in Oromo global advocacy for justice. So, as you know, that I am from Oromo American citizen. I talk more about that, what our organization is and was doing and is planning to do right now. And then I will briefly tell you that about the Oromo American citizen. Oromo American citizen established and functioning since 2002. Our accomplishment is quite a few, but just for highlights that I just want to put right here that what we have done so far, you can see that right there. We have worked with the numerous political officials to introduce the fundamental question of the Oromo people, such as human rights, a violation in Ethiopia, the plight of Oromo refugees. And then if you guys remember back in the days when the AIDS, HIV was epidemic, and we advocated for that to find a solution, help those people who are suffering from that. And also, we worked in 2005, you guys remember, during the election times, we worked with Senator Coleman, which is a Republican and a McCain Republican, to secure the Ethiopia must hold free and fair election of the US Senate resolution. And also OSA facilitated to meet with the Senator Coleman with our Oromo leaders in Minneapolis to discuss our issues with senators. And also in 2007, I believe, right, that area, OACC worked with the US Senate Committee on Foreign Relations on HR 2003, if you guys remember that. It passed, and I don't know where it is right now.
And OACC cooperated with the other right groups, for example, the Minnesota Advocate for Human Rights, to conduct a fact-finding study that interviewed Oromo immigrants about the human rights abuses of Oromo in Ethiopia. The result has been published. Some of you guys, you might see that. The title says Ethiopian Human Rights in the Eyes of Oromo Diaspora. So this is just a few things that I would like to share with you. So what is our objective? Our objective is try to build a capacity to influence the decision makers. And then the next one is to stimulate discussion how to utilize a best strategy to achieve our advocacy goals. So in this case, what is this advocacy to us? How we take it, this advocacy? So OSCC seeks to make advocacy a core part of our non-profit work. To make this vision a reality, OSCE will try to bring to the table resources, including a dual focus on organizational capacity and the strategy. And then you guys can see our organizational structure, just to give you overview that how we structure ourselves to just accomplish what we're saying right here. You'll see that a board of directors, managing, executive, and then we divided down the bottom that director of alliance development, director of capacity development, director of research and documentation, director of communication. So we need all these things. We need to have to build our capacity. It is obvious that in a non-profit organization, usually talking about the capacity building is much not exciting for most of us, but it's a necessary and a must that we can bring together this while we're doing our projects. So we put elements that we think that for us, it might work for every organization, but this is we crafted for ourselves. That what is the element of this capacity that we're talking about? We put about the will, the motivations. The motivation that it comes with the commitment, which is what we're missing a lot in the Oromo areas. This is a short supply among us. And then the other one is the knowledge and the skill, understanding rules. And today we're engaged in so many legislative advocacies. We need the skill, the rules to maneuver, to go through all these things. And then we need somebody in our area. For example, for us, we have a few lawyers who worked with us, and then they will advise us what we can do in terms of rules, of funding, because we're 501(c)(3) status holder. So we make sure that we're aligning ourselves what the rule requires. And then the third one, you can see that infrastructures. Infrastructures it includes the organizational policy on advocacy activity or public policy engagement, governance structure for public policy engagement, decision-making process, how we make a decision. We do have a framework that we created, and then we can discuss on that worksheet how we can decide what topic we will take and how we can engage into that. And then the fourth one, you see the resources. It's obvious that any organization cannot survive without resources. That resources include financial and also includes human resources. We need to have a dedicated or full-time staff to run this kind of things. We can't run it every time on voluntary basis because it's killing us. We need to find how we can come that, and we're working hard, try to come up with, as everybody knows, these days it's very hard to get funds. And then we're trying to come up with resources that we need to tackle these issues. And then the strategies, and on our strategy, we do have, it should be a planning, goal evaluation and outcomes, long-term, intermediate, short-term indicators, tools that can monitor this thing and then, show us how our goal is, how we can achieve our goals or where we are, what we need to do and all those things. And this can be a technology kind of supported system or what we do in our day-to-day activities. And then what we did on this one is we created a blueprint strategic action plan for 2016. And then we're trying to follow that as much as we can. So decision makers and opponents, we need to know that who are the decision makers when we approach on our strategy. And we trying to assess that and trying to engage based on who are, we have to minimize, because we don't have a lot of resources to search all these things. And then the other thing is the message and the messengers. Who are our messengers? Who can go? We don't have to create redundancy. We have to make sure that we're on the target. And then the other one is what kind of message that we have internally, how we can send a message among us, and what kind of message that we're using. And then the fourth one you're seeing is the tactics and activities. Our tactics is direct advocacy. For example, there is a lot of energy and good people are working from Oromo Global Advocacy on SR 432. And we need to take on that, and then we're trying our best to help on that too. That is under our direct advocacy. And the administrative advocacy, which right now we're not using, that there is no any bill that it's going to implement it right now. So we're waiting if this thing is going to pass, and we need to have that kind of strategy who's going to work with those agencies and then follow up on the implementation. And then the third activity that you've seen is a coalition or alliance. We're trying to expand in this area. We're working very hard, trying to reach, because our target is not an ideology issue. It's not that we're not trying to politicize the human right. We will have to make sure that we make a distinction on that. We're completely basing on the Universal Human Rights Declaration on those 30 points as much as we can. So any humanity, any human being can join us and work on that. So we do have, we have created some kind of memorandum of understanding for those people who would like to work with us. And then we show them that, are you agreeing on this one? If you are agreeing with this one, yes, we can work with you. So there's no politicizing the human right issue. Somebody is dying, people are dying. It's human being is a human being. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what section of politics you are. So that's how we are creating a grassroots advocacy, grassroots organization, voter education. That's the resources that we think we can provide. If you guys go online on OromoAmerican.com, you guys can see that on, I think the slide is way behind or far on a strategy right now. You can see that we put our resources right there. Our resources right there is how we can bring, in terms of voting, how we can bring to the people what is the rules in every state, and how you can go online and register without leaving your home. We put it on our website, connected every state's links, and so you guys can sit down at home and click on that and fill out, or getting what is the policy that based on your state. And then the other thing, as a legal representation before regional and international tribunals. And then we created a project that for based on the protests right now going on. We talk with the Oromo lawyers and non-Oromos. We try to come up with the Bakale Garba ETL defense to defend the rights on international level. And we created that. We're funding that. We're looking, we're going to raise the fund. We're going to raise the fund, and we'll pay for these lawyers to do this thing. It's very important we do it professionally this time of in the 21st century. We make sure that our lawyers will get all the resources they need from us. So basically what we do is we provide them with the resources they need from us. Sorry guys, right here. And then the other one is we're working on comprehensive human rights fact-finding reports right now. That report, we believe, has to be authoritative report, and we're working with this group of lawyers who's already has a platform working on this thing. And then, as I tell you right before, we're trying to bring resources they need and plug it to this thing, and so they can move on. So when it comes to fact-finding report, I heard so many things about our narrative and all those things. So that means we can control our narrative. So you guys can understand how powerful that the Human Rights Watch 61-page report that done a lot of impacts for this Oromo protest. So we can come up with that. We can do it. So what we need is a resource, and then we're working on that, and we will raise the money who trying to come up with this report in a very short time, hopefully. And then, what kind of strategy that we're using? We're mixing. You see, I explained to you that what is our activities, what is our strategies that we want. We're mixing. What you use is utilizing a strategic mix of tactics and activities in the local, national, and the global level to effective advocacy. On a local, and as you all know that the Tip O'Neill, thank you, the Tip O'Neill quote, you remember, all politics is very local. So yeah, right there. So if you look at this thing, this is our representative sitting somewhere in Capitol Hill, that with all those faxes coming and email, people are calling and all these things. So we decided that what kind of resource we can bring. First of all, we have to look what is working in the first place. So I think I'm going to jump, and then I'm going to get into what is working when it comes to the local, to the national around us. And then, for example, I can take an example of the SR 432. So right here, and what is working? What is working in Capitol Hill area? What is working? What is working best? If you guys can guess what is working, I can show you exactly from the research that has been done by Congressional Management Foundation. If you can see that on the top, the 60% impact, you can look at the graph, how it is explained right there. By visiting, you can put a lot of impact by visiting. Second, by sending your representative, your community leaders to the capitals, to your senators everywhere. By sending that, you still have a lot of impacts, about 47%. So I'm trying to, there you go. Right here, you can see that, the blue one is the a lot of influences. The red one is some influences. And you can see that which one has a lot of influence. And this is very clear from the graph. So one thing you need to know, what do they need when you visit them? What do they need from you? Why these people are listening to you by just you going and visiting these people? But they're responding to it a lot. So at the bottom, if you see that those people who are trying to contact their representative or senators, they're 86% chance to vote, to go out, engage. Once you engage, they know that you're not going to stop. So either way, you go and vote or you do something. So basically what they need is a vote. So if they need a vote, and we have to make sure that we have resources that we need to mobilize our community. So on our website, as I told you, we created voter education. We're trying to put more effort, especially on this presidential election. We try to put every, what is their foreign policy aspects for both Republican and Democrat, because we need to bring for all parties. We're not supporting only one party. In this case, it's 5413. So we're trying to create a website that can hold a database. So every time when we go to our representative or somewhere, we always talk, especially in Minneapolis area where I come from. It started 10 years ago, 10,000, now it reached 40, but nobody is bringing exact data that how many Oromos are living in that area. So what we're doing right now, trying to create Oromo voting power by creating a database that shows, that can map on the United States where the Oromo resides. And if you guys go on our website, you can see that on the resources. If you go down to the bottom on the resource, Oromo voting power, it brings the whole map. And once we feed all the data to that, to the system is already graded, and you can see that how many Oromos resides. And then at the back end, we can query that based on, specific counties. Even in a county level, we can query that, and we can tell them that this is how many Oromos are living in this area. I have these issues, and what do you think about my issue? So we can influence that. So basically, what I'm going to circle back about I'm going to finish it right here. What right here is, I'm going to circle back to the unity quest for unity. I just don't want to. If you give somebody a fish, you just feed him for one day. I think this quote is very known. So if you teach him how to fish, at least you can feed him for a while. But if that area is the water or anything is contaminated, those people, they don't get a food. But if you tell them how to organize, those who organized can find a solution to proceed for whatever problem they're coming to them. So that is message for our unity. So the unity that we need is just a workable unity where we can sit down and work together. Thank you, guys.
Thank you to all the panelists, and I really believe that was a very interesting panel, which is more practical, oriented towards the Oromo problem. I am not going to open for questions because we are already late, but I have one question that just to follow up on what was presented, because we need to have save our time. Dr. Dibaba raised the importance of Tokuma. I wanted to play devil's advocacy here because Tokuma is a good value that we all need. What do we mean by Tokuma? For example, in contrast to the Habasha narrative, that the Oromos do not get a diversified space to air their opinion, right? When we say Tokuma in Oromo, are we also replanting or are we not giving space for a diversified opinion in Oromo, or do we mean a meeting of mind, a collective consciousness among the Oromos with different opinions? With that remark, we will end our question. So I'll give this floor for Dr. Baba.
Okay. The notion of unity among the Oromo seems to be overstretched or overstated, maybe I would say. What I'm calling for is not just unity, but how to get there. There's no any magic formula to unify the Oromo unless we do something at the grassroots level. What can we do among the rural mass? What have the urban mass got to contribute to facilitate for the national Oromo liberation struggle? What is it that the youth can contribute, or how can we organize them based on a clear ideology? That's what I'm calling for. Let's have a clear ideology. Let's have a clear political program. Let's have a clear direction and a strong leadership. Let's start at the grassroots level. Let's start bottom up. We have always heard and tired of hearing from the political elites. What is it that the community, the Oromo people, want? Let them give chance to Oromo people and let them tell the political elites what they need, what they want. So there is a tale of two cities going on. On one side, Oromia, on the other side, Oromoness and Ethiopianness. So if, let me put it this way, if our political leaders, political elites, are putting Oromia as a control case, that means as a basis for comparison, which means whatever happens in any other region, in Gambela or in Gondar, is not that different than what's going on in Oromia. And if they keep Ethiopia as a variable case, that means a context, a setting, arena where everything, every interesting story is happening, every event's happening. I would say either they don't know for sure their constituents or they don't care. So it starts with that, the sense of accountability of our political elites, political leaders, so that they can unify around a clear ideology and a clear political program. That's how I do see it.
Thank you very
Could
much.
be
With
wrong.
this, we end our panel. But before that, I have a couple of housekeeping announcements. Warri namni bilbila gate yoo jiraate bilbila kana I don't know nu biraa fudhachuu dandeessu karaa irraa argame. So namni bilbila keessan gattan. Inni lammaffaan, now the biggest issue, we have OSA business meeting. This business meeting is very, very important for OSA. This is a meeting where we elect OSA leaders. So all members of OSA are invited to attend and elect your people you would like to see in OSA. So the meeting place is going to be at auditorium on the first floor. There will be reports of what has been done to them, submitted for the members, and then election. The third announcement, as I said earlier, we have a concert coming for you guys, so make sure you have your ticket. Thank you. So we will see you down there at the auditorium, OSA members.